All right, and hello to the probably one or two people who are hanging out here right now, which is okay, because we were just starting. Welcome to session number 38 of the Wildlands. This is our third year anniversary of this game, which is awesome. We started 3 years ago. In between, there was a lull, a 1 month lull in between campaign 1 ending and campaign 2 starting. Candace ran a little story on the side, and then we decided to push on with campaign 2, and that was our August game of 2020. So, here we are. We are still at it, 38 sessions in. Characters are all pretty much level 11 or 12, which is pretty badass. You know, you're looking at about 4 levels a year, which doesn't sound like a lot, but we do a lot, we see a lot, we roleplay a lot, so it's not just hack and slash. No 1 to 20 campaign in a year flat. All right, anyways, so we're going to dive into this today. These guys are in the depths of somewhere. They're not entirely sure where. It was a big, like, hut on the outside, but on the inside it's some weird, freaky, haggy fucking place. So that's what we're dealing with. Anyways, thank you all for popping in and hanging out with us. Stick with us through to the end. We're going to play until about 2 p.m. Eastern, so we got about 4 hours. And then we'll be done for this session. And then we come back in a couple weeks for session number 39. All right, without further ado, I'm going to pop over and give the team some love. Also, if anybody happens to notice stream freeze and everything take a shit, please just send me a message in Discord or let me know somewhere, because I've been having problems with OBS since we got our new rigs installed, so. Alright, guys. Session number 38. Happy 3-year anniversary. It's kind of crazy to fucking think that this has actually been 3 years now. But here we are. So, with that being said, let's do a session recap really quickly. From session number 37. Alright, so session number 37, which was our part 2 of July. So the group, meaning you guys, interrogated the prisoner, the hobgoblin prisoner that had been shot down and then healed. After that happened, Sybil gave him some water, as she was, well, you know, just being very kind, especially since that she had fought tooth and nail to help this guy survive his horrific arrow wound. Unfortunately, as soon as he took that first couple sips of water, he began to grab at his throat, and as his face swelled shut, his eyes began to bleed, and he toppled over the edge of the tower that he was on, and died. There was some tense moments, we'll say, as Sybil was flat out accused of poisoning the guy, and obviously she didn't think she had poisoned him, but there was definitely some poison in the water that she had given him, or at least it appeared that way. How this happened, tough to tell, but something's going on, and some of you were buying it, some of you weren't. On that note, Bloodmane went and had a quick little conversation with the Deep Old One, who sent some messages, some thoughts, and with those thoughts, Bloodmane decided that he was going to shun Sybil. I'm sorry, who? Exactly. Alright, so the group after that moved south, and you guys decided to set up camp for the evening back in the area where you guys had tossed all of the food and fruit and shit. In the morning, you guys consumed the fruit that you had found in that same abandoned supply cache. You then decided that it would probably be in your best interest at this point, especially since Gartok had fucking bailed on you guys. He was nowhere to be found. Which honestly wasn't totally surprising. The dude's a fucking lizard, man. Need I say more? So you decided that you were going to travel to Kiru. However, along the way, you guys became violently ill. Ulrich appeared to have lost all of his memory. Kind of, he got the big reset button pushed without dying and being reincarnated. And assuming the worst at this point, knowing that you guys may not survive until you hit Kiru, you decided that it would be in your best interest to turn back around and try to hunt down the Sisters of the Crystal Garden first, especially since you guys had already all long rested, though now you were starting to feel exhausted. So, on the return trip, Sybil began to become monstrous in nature. Her skin began to turn a hue of green, and her hands and eyes and mouth and head were starting to grow and elongate out of proportion. Winnie, on the other hand, began to take on this weird, almost unearthly beauty, which was just very strange in itself. Not to say that she didn't deserve it, but it's not Winnie. You guys arrived back at the Hobgoblin encampment, and upon entering what was the central hut, the one that you guys had not really taken a look in before, you decided to begin clearing rooms, opening doors, checking things. You actually didn't really go in anywhere. You just checked a lot of fucking doors, as there was some serious paranoia kind of starting to sweep over y'all. Which, don't get me wrong, I totally understand that. So that's where we find ourselves. At this point, you guys have come through. You have opened the door in the northern quadrant, the northwestern quadrant, I should say. You did not go in. You just kind of peeked around and looked around. You opened a couple of other doors. You went down a hallway, and there's still some rooms and some doors that have not been opened. But you guys find yourself where you are right now. And what has just happened is that Sybil has tried to pick the lock, and she failed the first time. It did not completely jam the lock or anything like that, but she did fail this first attempt, and that is where we had left off. You guys had done all the other investigatory work. Obviously, what is exposed to you right now is exposed to you right now. All the other doors are closed, and this is where we will be picking up today. So, with that being said, XP recap for session 37. There was no combat, but you guys did go through a heavy amount of roleplay, so everybody earned 1,000 experience points for roleplay, and that puts Ulrich at 101,861, Gartok at 95,534, Sybil at 85,809. Sybil has officially and finally reached level 11. However, do not begin that level up process now. You only do it on a long rest, and I don't want it to cause hiccups in anything that may happen until that next long rest. But I'll remind you.
Level 11.
I'll remind you once we get there, if you're there.
Yeah, no, it's that if. It's that if I'm worried about.
Okay, so, and then the remainder of the party members, which is Winnie and Bloodmane, you are at 96,534. 96,534. Okay, today's date is Jury the 19th at 12:30 p.m. That is where we left off. Jury the 19th, a Sunday, at 12:30 p.m. So, set my notes to the side here. Any questions, comments, or clarifications before we dive in?
Where do babies come from?
No. You see, when a mommy DM and a daddy DM love each other very much, they roll for initiative, and then... All right, so...
Oh, one crit fails.
Yeah. I don't get it. We've been nat 1-ing for fucking months. All right, with that being said, let me go ahead and crank on some tunes. All right, so... you guys have just allowed Sybil to attempt this lockpick, as you guys have kind of bounced back and forth between successes and failures in getting these fucking doors open. You all are suffering a single level of exhaustion still. At this point, Sybil is exhibiting some pretty atrocious signs of transformation, I guess you could call it. Ulrich has lost his memory, but in typical Ulrich fashion, and when he usually loses his memory, he simply jumps on board with the wisdom side of things and understanding that I probably wouldn't be with you if it wasn't intended for me to be with you. So he's kind of walking into this as a fresh thing. Not a whole lot happening with Bloodmane at this point, and Winnie is continuing to grow strangely more beautiful. Like, her face is taking on more symmetrical form, her fur, the mats are like just working themselves out, her eyes are shifting back into proportion. She's still got the goat eye, but she's slowly shifting back into normality as far as like just her natural, I don't know, kind of like homeliness is concerned. It's moving. And Gartok is nowhere to be seen. So
I do have one question.
yes.
The door with for those who wish to pay tribute, that whole thing, that's in this, like, over to the right of where we are, right?
Correct. That is the
Okay.
door down here. Yep.
Perfect. I'm just looking at my notes and figuring out how awful we left things.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. But that door, yeah, it did have like it had essentially a note on it in Sylvan, like, to enter this room and pay tribute, yada yada yada. Still a little strange, but you guys hadn't gone in, so you're not entirely sure what's beyond that door. And that door was unlocked. So, with that being said, what? Actually, you know what? Actually, that reminds me. Lucy, roll a d4 for me, please. Four. Okay, so you in that long rest time frame successfully managed to break and manipulate enough hobgoblin femurs to create 4 arrows. So you can add 4 arrows to your inventory. All right. With that being said, my friends, what would you like to do?
Have we tested this door in this alcove here? I don't recall.
This is the door that you guys were actually trying to unlock the last time. Sybil failed once, causing it to partially stick, but it's still capable of being manipulated.
10-4, thank you.
To which point Sybil is going to just grimace and curse under her breath because her hands feel less dexterous than they should. And just, she's going to look at Winnie and just kind of throw hands up a little bit, just like, I can try again. I can't feel the picks the same way. They don't. I can try. That's up to you. I don't know if I'm gonna make it worse.
Well, does anybody else feel like trying to pick a door lock? Because if not, I think we only have one option.
Yeah, that's not really in my repertoire.
Bloodmane's like, did somebody say kick a door lock?
Ash?
I do be smashing dough.
I can try and offer guidance.
Yeah, why don't you try to offer her guidance, and you just think about your hands like they were before, and maybe that'll help with... I don't know, I don't do the inspiration thing. You just...
Oh shit, I just remembered she had 2 levels of exhaustion. Oh no. Sorry.
Just give it your best.
With guidance.
Sybil's going to take a deep breath and try and, like, channel that almost meditative state that she spent many evenings with Izaki working on, and then she's going to try this lock again. So that was just Dex check, right? With proficiency at disadvantage.
But now, do your gloves give you a bonus to that roll, or is it advantage to the roll?
Well, last time you said my gloves weren't working. Same with my cloak.
Give me 1 sec. Let me look at my notes real quick, okay?
Because that changes things quite a bit.
Yep, disregard what I said. So yes, it's a dexterity check with disadvantage, but as Ulrich whispers words of guidance into your ears, you do take effect from the spell.
Perfect, and I'm still adding proficiency since I am absolutely proficient with these thieves' tools.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, okay. So that is a 24. 24 with my proficiency bonus.
Oh, this is a +3 or +1.
Yep. All right. So.
I'm a little scared about those dice rolls.
Okay, she nailed it. All right, so with that, as you get down, as you kind of crouch down, and you really focus all of your energy through the exhaustion, wiping the sweat out of your eyes and blinking through what is beginning to become blurred vision, you finally get the pick into the spot that you need it in. And with a soft click, almost a light glow coming from the end of the pick where just the tip of the guidance had assisted you, you hear the door pop open.
She lets out a breath and just kind of sits back on her heels and just breathes a little bit heavy. Oh, door's open.
Do you hear anything? Do you see anything?
I didn't even listen.
Okay,
And
step
she like
back, I
takes
can.
it. Yeah, she pulls herself to her feet and just kind of stumbles out of the way.
Okay.
Alright, so Winnie's gonna listen.
Okay, Winnie, go ahead and give me a perception check, please.
Oops, I didn't mean to click that. But
It's
just as a reminder, I guess.
It'll be at disadvantage because you are exhausted. Sorry, you guys all have good fucking perceptions. Jesus Christ. This whole party, except for Blood. Actually, Blood Maze is even not that bad.
I forgot that it does it weird. I rolled a 17 and a 16, so it's, 23 is my low.
Holy shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll shove my own disadvantage up my ass. Look, I can only lay so much detriment on you guys to make things tough. Eventually, it's gonna get weird. No, okay, so, you put your ear to the door, and, you kind of like, you situate it, like, up right flush against the keyhole. And from the opposing side, Candace, you absolutely hear, you hear a weird hybrid between, like, goblin and common being spoken, by kind of some more guttural voices, and on occasion you hear like the shushing. It sounds kind of like you know, an annoyed mother shushing kids who are constantly saying mommy over and over and over.
Okay, well, I hear multiple voices. She'll step out. I hear multiple voices, and it sounds like someone trying to speak Goblin, who doesn't really speak Goblin. I'm not sure how many are over there, but we should prepare ourselves.
Is this the door we wish to go through first?
Well, since we know something's on the other side of it, we probably don't want them to come out and come up behind us. I guess ignorance is bliss, though. There could be anything behind any door. Yeah, let's just plan to do that.
I'm gonna go and stand in front of the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand off to the side because I don't like being in a line in front of a door.
I accept that.
Is everybody where they need to be?
I think so.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to open the door.
All right, so boop, the door swings open, and give me one moment. Give me just a second here. There's a few things I need to do and manipulate.
I don't know why, but that's a much bigger room than I anticipated. I don't know why I anticipated a small room.
You know,
Small corridors.
I love your maps, and also I hate them so much because they scare me.
Well,
I call upon the power of door. Close the shit.
I agree. And so does Door.
All right, so the door swings open, and inside the room you see, well, what you see in front of you, which obviously you guys know how my games work. What you see is what you get. As soon as the door actually opens, though, there is an immediate hum of energy in this hallway, and a semi-translucent green barrier forms at every separation in the archways that are in the ceiling, essentially locking all of you in to these small, I guess you could call them cells for horrific lack of better terminology. The barriers around you hum violently and crackle with arcane energy, green arcane energy. Inside the room, you can see that it's a pretty cozy looking interior for the most part. There's a writing desk and a fainting chair that adorn the northern wall, while a tea table and 3 benches adorn the western end of the room, and there's a lectern with an open book that stands on it in front of what appears to be some sort of wall-mounted fountain, all the way in the on the western side of the room. You can't see a whole lot else besides that at this moment. Actually, you know what? No, Bloodmane, make a perception check for me real quick. There's a lot happening really fast, so let's just see if you take note of this.
Do I make this a disadvantage?
Yes, you do. Yep. Okay, that's actually still not that bad for fucking disadvantage. So, Bloodmane, you notice, over on this far wall over here... there is a... inside of this fountain, whatever this fountain is, there is a very syrupy red crimson liquid. Rising up and out of said liquid, there is a large red crystal with multiple smaller, like, crystalline structures growing out from what is a massive translucent center. You can't see a whole lot about the interior, but you can hear the audible sound of crackling energy coming from that portion of the room. In front of you, there are a ton of hobgoblins, lots of them. You're not entirely sure the details about them, but a couple of them, specifically the three in the rear here, appear to be better armored than the rest in the room. Over on the northern wall, at the tea table, and standing in front of the open book, are three women. Give me a moment. Three women, all dressed almost identically in long, sunflower yellow, almost golden robes. One of these women is very clearly full elven. The other one has just a touch of elven somewhere in her bloodline. And the final woman appears to be human. Each of them holds a large staff made of some wood and adorned with gold and some sort of, like, iridescent turquoise-looking material underneath at the top. All have very long blonde hair, almost unnaturally piercing blue eyes. And as the door swings open and the energy barriers begin to hum, now obviously this is just descriptive stuff, all of the attention turns towards the door. And the woman at the tea table stands upright, looking and kind of squinting through her eyes. She says, "I'm sorry, sweetheart. Are you lost?"
I'm going to remain silent.
She looks at the woman on the northern wall, and she says, "Wahid, my dear, should we consume them? What is your suggestion?" The woman from the northern wall looks down at the woman at the tea table, and she says, "My sweet Itnan, I think it is probably time. They've been poking their noses around since, I don't know, 40 minutes ago or so. They haven't done anything harmful yet, but maybe we better not risk it." The woman who's standing in front of the book, as she begins to turn around towards the rest of the group, you see that she's clutching a pendant around her neck, and the pendant appears to be nothing more than a disembodied eyeball. Maybe petrified, as it's staring straight open. It doesn't have eyelids or anything creepy like that. It's just an eyeball on a chain, essentially. But as she kind of rubs her finger around the iris of the eyeball, you see this flash of green energy, and all of the barriers begin to slowly move. And they are moving almost like a conveyor belt from north to south, and it appears that they are slowly edging towards pushing you guys into the room. So I'm going to go ahead and need everybody to roll initiative.
Make sure you click your character first. Oh, why did it do... Oh, because I have that, yeah. Okay.
Gartok, you can also roll initiative on this. I know you don't have a character model on the field right now, but we will eventually have you enter the fray.
I don't know. Seeing this room, I think they can. I think they can do this.
Sorry, I forgot to do it with disadvantage. I'm rolling a second time.
Oh yeah, hold on. I forgot that too. My bad. Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
it.
I just roll normally, right?
Yes. Yep, you are. You have no issues currently. All right, give me just 1 second here. Winnie, what was your low?
Well, so I have the, I get to roll at advantage because of my weapon, so it should have been a straight roll, and the first one was a 17.
Okay, and Ulrich, your low was a 2. Sybil, what was your low?
Mine's a 10. It's already in.
Yeah, it didn't enter on my end, so I had to manually enter it. Bloodmane, yours was a 7, and Gartok 19. Okay, give me 1 moment here. Okay. All right. So, as the barriers begin to shift, they're moving very, very slowly. Very slowly. Obviously, you don't. Nobody has experienced anything about what these things are doing at this point, so we'll kind of leave that alone for now. However, the guy dead center here, he draws a longsword, and he straps his shield down super tight on his left arm, and he kind of slaps his shield, and he calls out, which Winnie, you are the only one who understands what is actually said. From the room, you hear in Goblin, "Ready yourselves at the door, boys!" Alright. Gartok. It's about this time that you have tried to figure out where the fuck everybody went, because they just kind of bailed on you. Like, nobody, like, you were literally just trying to play cleanup duty, and these assholes just vanished on you. So you hung out, you scalped a few hobgoblins, made some arrows, ate plenty, and you feel fit as a fiddle. As you come back into the encampment, you realize that the flap has been left open on the entrance to the tent, and you walk through. As you walk through and feel the barrier seal behind you and turn into what is essentially a stone wall, you realize, oh shit. But that's when you can hear shouting from down the hallway, as well as like loud buzzing, like a loud zzz. So, give me 1 second to throw you on the map here. Alright. So, what would you like to do?
I think Gartok's first instinct would just be to, like, follow the sound of the shouting and the buzzing. Because he can't turn back, so I think he'll just, I guess, full-on move through.
Okay.
Do I know where they came from?
You don't know where the... Well, oh, you mean the sound? Yeah, the sound
Yeah.
is clearly echoing down this hall, especially with your perception. You definitely can hear... I mean, it's silent everywhere else, so... And this door is actually open.
Oh, okay. In that case, and the buzzing and the shouting are coming from the same...
Same direction, yep.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm just gonna action dash and, I guess, move over here.
Okay, so yeah, and as you round the corner, everything is lit up in here by these kind of like eerie green crystals. As you round the corner, you can see straight down the hall, there is this series of green, almost like curtains, hanging from the ceiling all the way down, and they're slowly moving from north to south, and inside each of these separate little chambers, you see your companions. At least you see 3 of them. You don't see Bloodmane.
I guess I'll move down here, and I guess his first instinct will be to try and, I guess, push the curtain, knock on it. I guess try and, like, see if he can do anything with it.
Sure, make a Constitution
Bite
saving
it.
throw. All right, so as you touch it, there is this vibrating energy that rips through your hand and kind of travels up your arm. As it does so, scales explode out of your arm. Flesh unravels under your touch. You saved on the Constitution saving throw, so you take 12 points of force damage.
Alright. Can I take a long rest? Because I realize I never did that.
Yeah, you would have taken a long rest. You had to have in order to make the bones, or in order to take the, or to make the things. Arrows.
Okay, and then, sorry, can you say the damage again?
12 points of damage. That's total. That was with your save being taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you. And
So yeah, you touch it, and as soon as you do, it begins to, like, just straight up dissolve your flesh.
he'll just kind of hiss and then move back. And then that'll be my turn. He's just gonna stare at it confused.
I understand that. Ulrich, you would have noticed that too. You hear like the pitter-patter behind you, and as Gartok runs up, he just fucking... his hand like comes through the barrier, and as he rears back, you are sprayed with lizard flesh and scales.
Oh, great. A person I don't know again.
Oh shit, that's right! I forgot you. Some fucking lizard man just charged you. Thank God that barrier was there to save you.
Yeah, or like him.
All right,
Does
so
look pretty pissed, yeah.
as the barrier begins to move forward and things start to go into motion, these 3 women who are now facing you, in unison, let off a very quiet incantation, but it is in unison. And as the incantation fades, their bodies begin to writhe, almost as if in agony. Their bodies hunch over, and their backs split the dresses that they are in. Their hair, their beautiful hair, falls out, revealing this slimy, green, fleshy, nasty fucking facade underneath. And before you, you see standing 3 green humanoid, tangly, nasty, greasy fucking witches that are now staring at you and beginning to draw wands as they kind of as they aim towards the door. Winnie.
So I know you said that these are curtains. Are they see-through?
Yeah, it's, well, semi-translucent. Yeah, you can see everybody in the vicinity.
I'm able to see into the room at all?
You, no. I mean, unless you want to poke your head through the curtain.
Nope, rather not. God, I don't even know. I think that, just not really knowing what to do. Okay, so quick question, because it's going to kind of help me. Is there any, with the curtain, is there any space, like any open space anywhere?
Nope.
Okay.
Top to bottoms, floor to ceiling.
Okay, well then, she's going to use a 4th level spell, and I'm going to cast Guardian of Nature.
Okay.
And she's gonna go Great Tree.
Okay, so give me 1 second for that. Alright, so that's concentration, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Alright. So as you mutter your incantation, Winnie, it comes to a conclusion, and you call upon the power of this great tree. Your skin immediately, the fur immediately mats down, and bark grows up and out of your flesh and covers the fur completely. Leaves sprout and vines sprout from your hair as now your dreads are long like weeping willow vines hanging out of your hair. Your arms extend kind of unnaturally and sprout flowers as you take on the facade of this massive tree. The ground around you churns and the stone writhes as roots rip up and out of the ground around you. So that's 10 temporary hit points. Your constitution saving throws are made with advantage now. You make dex and wisdom based attack rolls with advantage. And the... Okay, yeah, that's pretty badass. Alright. Just make sure you mark off your spell slot.
Yeah, I did.
Beautiful. And it lasts 1 minute. Give me a sec. I'm going to put a token here. Alright, there you go.
Thank you. And this barrier is pushing toward me, right?
No, it's pushing... So everybody in the northern portion, it's kind of... it's like coming down from a north to south. Yours is going from south to north, as if it's trying to funnel you into this room.
Okay, so I'm not going to be getting squished. Got it.
Not yet.
Because that was my concern. So
you should dive through the barrier.
I thought about that. So as it's moving, does it look like it's going to move down so that it will force me in this way? Like,
You're
is
not
it moving
entirely
any
sure
downward
yet. That's a little bit more than what your turn is going to allow at this point.
All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to wait it out. I will ready my action, I'll ready my action because the spell was a bonus action. I will ready my action for. Honestly, probably to use Thorn Whip if one of these guys gets in where I can actually see them, just depending on where I get pushed to.
Alright. Sybil.
Okay, first of all, reaction to cry. No. She's going to... She has no idea what's happening in that room. All she knows is these barriers. She's barely staying awake at this point. So she is going to fumble with the water skin one of the poisoned water skins, and try and get that into the empty dagger. And that's going to be what she's going to spend her turn doing.
Okay, make a dexterity check, please.
Yep, I'm so good at those right now. Is that... yeah, ability check. Okay.
So you fumble desperately with the water skin, and you kind of, as you're shaking and looking around and starting to panic and freak out, you begin to pour the water in, but you know it's going to take you at least another full turn, and you're losing a lot of it to the ground.
Yep, yeah, it's already diluted anyway. That's just what she's doing. It's giving her something to focus on.
Alright. Bloodmane.
I am going to hold my action contingent upon this curtain moving.
Okay.
Or allowing me to move, getting out of my fucking way. If it does, I'd like to Eldritch Blast the closest motherfucker to me.
Understood. All right. So, as this guy in the center shouts this command that nobody really understands except Winnie hears, these 6 hobgoblins rush the door. The 3 in the front raise shields and have long swords kind of held up high over the shields like they're preparing, and the 3 guys in the back have pikes, and they have the pikes kind of situated in between the spears again, as it, or excuse me, in between the shields as if they are preparing. And Bloodmane, this is no fucking... You know exactly what these cocksuckers are trying to do here. Alright, with that being said... this guy up here, and this guy down here, they draw javelins, and they are kind of tossing the javelins up and kind of twisting their wrist and kind of, again, preparing. Ulrich.
I'm gonna cast Mage Armor.
Okay. Let me see you here. Okay, gotcha. All right, so you mutter your incantation. As you complete said incantation, you summon your Mage Armor. That puts you at 15 or 14?
14.
14, okay. Better than what it was.
There isn't much that isn't.
Fair enough. Alright, all the way back at the top. So, Bloodmane, this barrier in front of you, it moves about 3/4 of an inch into the room. Like, these hobgoblins actually back up ever so slightly, and as soon as it, like, hits the open air, it kind of unravels. So, give me one moment. Make a, actually, Bloodmane, what's your dexterity? 15? Your ready to action triggers first. So anyways, then I started blasting. Holy shit. Alright, so, there is this incantation that kind of ripples out around all of you guys, and underneath the barrier behind Bloodmane, from where the earth has churned up and the vines have started to come through, Winnie, you can actually see, like, brackish water pooling up and out of the soil. As that happens, 2 blasts of eldritch energy rocket out from Bloodmane's hand. The first one striking the guy directly in front of him, blowing straight through his shield and into his chest. He's still standing, but he definitely takes full effect. Alright, and the second blast? I believe you have 2 at this level, is that right?
3.
3, okay. So the 9, he manages to get the shield over just enough to absorb the second blast of the Eldritch Energy. And as the incantation comes to a conclusion, a third blast. There we go, that's another hit. Alright, so the guy in front of you immediately gets blasted with 3 of these Eldritch Blasts, 2 of which land and knock him back into the guy behind him, but he rights himself. He is bloodied at this point, though. As the shield kind of comes down, you say part of his face has been completely scorched off, and there's, like, barnacles and shit that have been, like, steamed into his face and flesh. With that being said... Alright, so the three guys in front lash out with their long swords at you for their readied actions. So the first one... actually, hang on, what's your AC? It's high now. Okay, the first one does hit. He's gonna add his martial advantage to that. So that is for 17 points of slashing damage. The second one misses. You manage to parry it with the haft of the hammer, and the third one also misses. Again, just kind of falls short of actually making contact with you. Now, the three guys in the back with their pikes, they are also going to thrust forward in an attempt to stab the shit out of you. Alright, so the first one hits. And he's going to add his martial advantage on that. And that is only for 10 points of piercing damage. The second one misses. And the third one, as you are deflecting this onslaught of weaponry, the third one strikes you square in the sternum and punches straight into your chest cavity. That is a critical hit.
Use my reaction to use my Stone's Endurance.
So you can't because readying your action was your reaction.
Ah, yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so lucky for you, I rolled fucking minimum damage on the martial advantage portion of that, so the total damage was, so let's see, that is, so it's 11, 12, 13, 14, it's only 15 points of damage. Alright. And that ends the reactionary stuff. The guys with the javelins do not throw their javelins, just so we're clear. Okay, so the barrier goes down. The guy at the top, or in the center, I should say, excuse me. Again, he appears to just be readying himself. Okay, so, as this is all going down... Give me a moment, because there's some barrier movement here. Bloodmane, that has not hit you. It is very close behind you, though. Am I assuming that everybody is moving with these barriers, or is anybody resisting or standing still?
Oh,
Gartok, you're the one that doesn't really matter here as far as that's concerned. Sorry, go ahead, Casey.
I'm for sure moving. I'm not. I saw what happened.
Alright, I know it's a little cluttered right now, but they are moving slowly. It appears that at their speed, just for the sake of brevity here, every 2 rounds, you will have moved up 5 feet. So it's like 2.5 feet around. They're moving very slowly. Alright, so this guy in the back is readying himself. Gartok, what are you doing? You see the barriers starting to move.
Now that it's moved, Gartok is even more confused at what the fuck this thing is. And it hurt him. So I guess he wants to try and figure out, I guess, what these are. And then if there's something he can shoot.
Make an intelligence check.
Oh no.
You have no fucking idea what this is. You've seen magic before, and your best guess is that it's something magical, but it's not any sort of magic you've ever seen.
Well, then, when in doubt, shoot anyway. I'm gonna try and, I guess, shoot either the roof or just straight through the acid. Sorry if this hits anyone.
Well, it's your choice. Are you shooting at the roof or through the barrier?
I think it'll be like the source first, so the roof.
The
Where
roof?
it's like coming out. Yeah.
Oh, I see, up at the top. Okay, yeah, go ahead and just make an attack. Make an attack roll. Alright.
Glad I'm
So-
using these on inanimate object.
Yeah, so you pull back with the bow and you fire it up at like where the curtain appears to be kind of like coming out, kind of like dripping out of the ceiling. As it hits the actual like barrier itself, like in that spot, the entire arrow just explodes, just disintegrates with a loud pop.
Garthik's gonna look down at everyone and then just kind of shrug and go, "What? What do?"
All right, what do indeed?
It's gonna be my turn.
Well said, lizard friend.
Well said, Gartok. Well said. All right, so Bloodmane, as these as this is all happening very quickly and terrifyingly, one of these women, the one that's standing now at the tea table, she looks out and over the hobgoblins and she catches your eye for just a moment, and you hear her say,
"You're looking a little bit ill, my dear. Maybe you should take a rest."
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. Hey, you just save. As you feel this dark, twisting energy start to grip your mind, and as it was happening, you legitimately began to feel nauseous. Up until that point, you felt just fine, but as soon as she said you looked sick, you felt like you were gonna throw up. You calm the tide, and nothing happens. The other two, one looks in your direction, and as she looks over at you, she says,
"Oh, my dear. You let all your friends die on you, didn't you? What happened to Malachi?" "Failure."
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Again, you resist the psychic taunts of this bitch. The third one follows up again with an insult.
"Look at you. What a worthless sod you are, trampling around with these fools."
One more wisdom saving throw. As these broads are viciously mocking you. There we go. Alright, so you take 3 points of psychic damage, and you have disadvantage on the next attack roll you make. Winnie, now that you have gotten to the point where you have gotten, you can see what is going on inside this room and directly in front of Bloodmane.
Okay.
You also have noted that the barrier that was in front of him vanished.
Okay.
And these guys are literally like a phalanx fucking stabbing at him as he's being pushed into the room.
Alright. And I've got 2 barriers between me and him right now, right?
Correct. Actually, technically, you've got, like, what... It looks like the other one that's kind of coming down the hall near Sybil is going to collapse into the other one and create a singular once it reaches a certain point.
Okay. And then it will push me that way.
Correct.
Okay.
Like, at some point, you and Sybil will not have a barrier between the two of you, essentially.
Okay. And I can see Emig.
Yep.
As silly as it sounds, does he look... Well, I guess I probably need to do a check on that. He doesn't look like he's about to fall over, right?
No, he's standing upright.
Right.
Actually, you probably catch the tail end of him fucking blasting the shit out of the dude in front of him with these bolts of black and blue briny energy.
Okay. So what I'd like to do, I can, am I able to see, like, this far?
Yeah, you
Okay,
can see. You
okay.
can see the room. You can see like directly. Like your line of sight actually allows you to see past those guys, and you can see the fucking woman back there standing upright. I mean, she's almost like 7 feet tall. She's huge.
Okay, so I want to cast... I just want to make sure that I'm reading this properly. So a 20-foot cube would be...
I just need to know what you're casting.
I'm casting Erupting Earth.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure it doesn't include Emig, really.
Well,
I wanna-
my point. I ask you because you know that I have cubes for everything.
Oh, that's
so-
right, yeah.
Okay, you said a 20-foot cube.
Yeah.
All right, you have control of it now. That is literally the erupting Earth icon.
That's
so.
awesome.
And then
That does look cool.
the barrier, when you click on it, is all the squares included. It's not just where the image appears. Like it's got a guide on it. See how there's hash marks?
Oh,
Hello?
yeah.
Okay.
I do. Yeah, I do. Okay, yeah, I see the whole thing. Okay, so... The thing that sucks is it makes it difficult terrain, but maybe it will get some of them out of there.
Well, you're creating difficult terrain anyways because you have
Just-
your tree thing up.
Yeah, just for enemies, though. This is going to be, I think, for everybody.
It is for everybody.
Maybe I'll do it that way, so we can get in. So that's where she's going to place it right there. So it is, they have to make a dexterity saving throw. It's dex 15.
Alright, give me a second. So, it is, okay, instantaneous dex save, 20-foot cube, or they take a bunch of bludgeoning damage versus the save. Additionally, the ground in that area is difficult terrain until it is cleared, or, oh, period, that's a full fucking
Yeah.
stop. You just churned the goddamn earth. Okay, well, that's that, isn't it? Alright, so you're dropping it there?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, we're going to make it the map layer, and you mutter your incantation. As you do so, there is a twisting bout of energy, and the ground around these hobgoblins literally splits open, and crags rise up and out of the ground, along with some of the twisting roots and vines that are emanating from Winnie's body, from her feet. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give me a second to roll some saves here. Go ahead and roll damage for me. Because they're going to take damage even if they save.
Yeah, they take half.
So it's dex, you said?
Yeah, 15. Two ones and a fucking 3.
Alright, so... The 3 hobgoblins... so 1 saves, and 2 begin to lose their footing. As that happens, the guy in the middle, he's going to use... He's going to activate his leadership ability, and he's going to shout out to the guy, "Quickly, step to your right!" As the hobgoblin does so, That's a 15 exactly. Wait, was it a 16 or a 15?
15.
15. So that guy does successfully save. The one in the middle does fail, and then the guy in the middle himself fails, and the guy to the north fails. So, let me just do some damage calc here. It was 5. Okay, so... Alright, so they all appear to take some damage as the crags shoot up and out of the ground and begin to burst around their legs. You do, again, Winnie, you do hear the one guy shout out to Goblin, to one of the hobgoblins, who then jumps to the right, and the crag misses him by, I mean, a fucking inch. Okay, and now we have difficult terrain, so anybody moving through those squares, just make sure that you're aware of that. Anything else, Winnie?
No.
Alright, Sybil. Continuing your pour? Yep, okay. So you continue, you don't have to roll again, you're already in the process as well as slowly moving forward. You finish the process at this point, but you've utilized almost all of the water, as a lot of it is spilled onto the ground, and you have filled you were filling one of your,
Yeah.
daggers,
So
was it?
I'm the dagger that I had attempted to fill with this poison that ended up in the water skin. That same poison is not going back in the dagger.
Okay, understood. Well, the water is going in the dagger, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
The diluted poison water stuff.
Okay. Alright, so that is full. Next, Bloodmane.
It's my bonus action to rage.
Alright, I expected literally nothing else.
And I will attack the gentleman in front of me. I believe it, is that with disadvantage? Vicious Mockery?
It is for the first attack, yep.
Okay.
Alright, so 14 does not successfully break through the chainmail and shield armored goblin. Hobgoblin, excuse me. Do you have another attack?
Okay.
Well, okay. Yeah, suppose that's... I'm pretty sure your minimum damage is just gonna obliterate this guy, but go ahead. Humor me.
Alright.
Yeah. So as you knew that you were just trying to throw him off balance with that feint, and it succeeded. As his shield goes down, like, kind of like, what the fuck, is that really all you got? You give him the fucking what's what. And as you do so, you knock him straight to the ground. Every bone in his chest cavity and pelvis gets crushed at the same exact time. And you can now take your movement and the additional attack because of your Great Weapon Master stuff.
Alright. Which of these guys took damage from the eruption?
All three of the ones in the second row, in the second rank, all three of them have been wounded.
Cool. I will go for the one in front of me.
Beautiful. $16 unfortunately does not hit. Just barely does not get through the weight of the chainmail. The hammer just does not quite get there. Close though. All right. Anything else in action economy?
Nope, I believe that's everything.
All right. So the hobgoblins that are around you now, the three that were holding pikes, they all drop their pikes on the ground, and they draw their long swords, and now they are all going to attempt to attack you with their long swords. Alright, just so we're clear, they are not wielding these two-handed. These are all being wielded one-handed, for the sake of damage here. Okay, so the two directly to your north both whiff hard and miss you with the short sword, or with the long swords. As they do so, and they kind of throw your vision over to them, you feel yourself get stuck 3 times. None of those feeling more critical than the others. Okay, so the first attack, and let me know before damage is said if you're using your reaction on any of this stuff. So the first one that hits does a total of 11 points reduced to 5 slashing. The second one hits and does 8 points reduced to 4 slashing. And the final one, which feels a little bit more rough than the other two, but not by much, hits for 9 reduced to 4 points of slashing. So really not that bad, all things considered. Alright. So now, this guy is going to take... actually, you know what? I don't think it's their turn. Give me one sec. It is their turn. Alright. So this guy's going to get the fuck out of the erupting earth. And he is going to side straddle. That's about all he can do. This guy's going to back up behind this pillar and keep an eye on the door. They are not throwing their javelins yet, just so we're clear. And this guy is going to take his... He's going to stay right there for now. Alright, Ulrich.
Gonna do the only thing I can do and yell out to Winnie, anyone know who this guy is? And I'll point behind me.
And Winnie, as you look up, as Winnie looks up and her fist, the stones fall out of her hands from her spell, and she looks at you with this wild, almost dryad look in her eyes. You see Gartok standing behind fucking... behind Ulrich. Alright, that brings us to the top. Okay, back to the top. The guy in the center here, he's gonna step the fuck out of the erupting earth because no thank you. That's all he does. At the top of the round... So the two barriers, they kind of, the two barriers that were there, they kind of fold in on themselves. And I'm pushing you guys up because you have all said that you are moving with the barriers, so this is kind of where they're at, just so that we're all taking note here. This is assumed action as things are happening. Okay, and that's where you guys find yourself. Gartok.
I think Gartok is just gonna get really frustrated, because I think he hears the sounds of battle next door. And,
oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
I guess he's just gonna, like, a sad child, just kind of sit down and wait for the green things to pass.
Okay. Alright. Bloodmane. You hear the lady in the middle.
I see you recovered from that alright, but you're looking awfully tired. Maybe you should take a little nap, sweetheart.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. All right. So it is with that Bloodmane immediately, as she says that, you feel this wave of exhaustion kind of roll over you, and you immediately slip into unconsciousness. Winnie, you see Bloodmane hit the ground hard like a sack of shit and begin snoring loudly. The other two are going to position themselves a little better here. And as they're looking through both of them, you hear Winnie kind of echoing in your mind. You hear the both of them kind of chattering back and forth. One says,
Oh, she's looking awfully peakish, isn't she?
You hear a response,
I think so. It's unfortunate her friend's gonna die right in front of her. What a failure. What a failure. What a failure.
I need 2 wisdom saving throws, please.
Okie dokie. I need to do those at disadvantage, don't I?
No, those are saving throws, not ability
Oh,
checks.
saving throws, yeah, okay.
Okay, so those actually both succeed, and you shake off the insults, but you feel that they were attempting to assault you psionically. All right, so that brings us to Winnie.
So Winnie's going to turn to Ulrich and say, yeah, he's a friend. And then, God. Okay, so I guess she's just going to, because I still have these things in front of me, so she's just gonna wait, I guess, until these are gone. I'm gonna ready my action to attack whatever comes within range with my spear.
All right. Sybil.
So can I see all 3 of them, or just the 2 that are further south?
I'm sorry, say that question again.
Can I see all 3 of the hags, or just 2 of them?
No, from where you're at, I mean, yeah, because you're pretty small. You could see all 3 of them.
Okay. Do any of them look more significant than the others, wearing more ornate clothing, anything like that, just at a glance?
Nope.
Okay. In that case, she is just going to target the one here, and she's going to use her performer's voice. I'm using panache. She's going to pitch it so it carries. Okay. Excuse me. I know you've been watching us. Did you enjoy watching your cousins fall? You aren't the first tags that we've seen. Why do you think your face will be any different? And then, yeah, just panache. Trying to get that thing focused on me instead.
All right.
And it's contested by insight.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, you kind of call out to her. She kind of like looks up at you, and as she glances through the the green curtains, she shouts out at you.
I'll be coming for you in short time, dear. Don't worry, you'll have your turn.
I love that. And then I am just going to just duck behind this wall over here. And that's going to be it.
All right. Bloodmane, you are unconscious. And as Bloodmane lies unconscious, so the guy just to the north of him, he is going to, he kind of flips his longsword up, and he comes down kind of like, I guess what we would call an old school coup de grace. Doesn't actually work like that. But he is going to stab you in your unconscious state with both hands. And he strikes you, Bloodmane, for a total of 20 points of slashing damage, excuse me, and you immediately wake up. Alright, as he does that, the other 4 are going to attack you regularly, obviously without the auto crit, because you are no longer unconscious. Alright, so the first one misses you completely. The second one misses you completely. The third one, the one down to the bottom left here, he does successfully strike you.
I'd like to use my Stone's Endurance.
Okay. That was a good one to use fucking Stone's Endurance on. So that is, they're gonna be 16 points, and then I believe you roll, what is it, a couple d12 or something like that?
Reduce it by 5.
Okay, so that would be, what did we say, it was 16, so you take 11 points of slashing damage, and then the final longsword blow also misses. Ulrich.
Yeah, without being able to see anyone, really can't do much. So yeah, I'm gonna hold a sacred flame for if I can see any enemy.
Understood. Okay. Alright. So that brings us all the way back to the top. The guy in the middle is literally just shouting commands. You hear, Winnie, a lot of, "Murder them! Cut him down! Throw him into the barrier!" Gartok.
Gartok is just sitting there, crisscross applesauce with his tail, like, above his head at the moment, just wagging while he waits.
Okay.
He's getting anxious, like, he almost looks like he's about to jump through. But I do nothing for now, so.
Alright. So that brings us to these fine ladies. Winnie, from the lady in the center, you hear kind of drip into your mind.
Looking awfully sleepy, dear. Why don't you take a little rest for a moment?
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Winnie. .27, you resist the eye bite.
That's what she does. Nope.
She tries to put you to sleep, but she don't succeed. Okay. The other 2 are going to... At this point, they kind of hold themselves in place. And you see magic kind of dripping from their fingers, and you hear whispers of incantations, but they don't make any move at this point. Give me 1 second, because I do need to move the barriers. What? Oh. All right. So that is how that kind of panned out. They are waiting. Winnie.
Okay, one more barrier to go. So I just watched him take all of those hits.
Oh yeah, and he is not looking good right now. He's looking pretty fucked up.
Okay, so then I'm going to right there put the unicorn totem.
What's the distance on that? Sorry, what's the
It's a 30-foot radius.
30-foot radius? Give me one moment. I'm sorry, 30 or 20?
30 foot, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, where are you putting it?
Like right there.
Say again?
There you go.
Like right there?
Yep.
All right, so the unicorn spirit begins to illuminate the entirety of the room pretty intensely, actually.
And then
Give me a second. I'm actually going to see if I can change the opacity on that just a little,
Yeah,
because
it's
that's a
gonna be-
little fucking intense. I don't know if I even have that option, to be honest with you. I don't think I have the ability to do that. That's okay, we'll just leave it for now. Anyways,
Love it. So I can reach her, right? She's 5 feet and there's no barrier between us now.
no, there wasn't last round.
I know, I'm just making sure.
She dipped back behind the wall.
Okay, so Winnie will reach back and I'll cast Cure Wounds at first level on her, and then everybody will get 11 points of healing.
Okay, alright, understood. So the burst of energy washes over you guys as the unicorn spirit dances around you in very unicorn spirity dancy-ness. I have no apologies.
No,
Alright, anything else?
nope, that is all I can do. She's just standing ready to fight when this barrier goes down. She's antsy, kind of almost dancing behind it at this point.
You're dancing great. I
She's
love
just-
that.
Maybe she's more like waving, I guess. She's like, hold on, Meg.
Okay. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, now we move on. Sybil!
Okay. She's going to focus her attention on the middle one now and do the same thing. And it's just a, what about you, dearie? Are you glad knowing you'll be able to meet your cousins again soon? Same thing, just trying to capture these things' attention.
Okay. Give me one moment. It's 10 turns on the unicorn spirit, Candace.
Yes. Let me double check that again. Yeah, 1 minute. Yep.
Alright. Okay.
And we do not need to be able to see me. I don't need to be able to see it. It just needs to be able to hear me.
Okay.
No, it's just inside again, but that's all I'm going to do. Besides just kind of try and stay back out of, hopefully, their line of sight.
Okay. You receive no reaction.
It's fine. Can I stand in this, like, be pressed against this wall do that little half square?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that for sure.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do that then, and that's it. That's all I'm doing.
All right, Blood Mane.
I'm going to re-rage.
All right, you bring the blackness back to your eyes.
It's the guy in front of me.
And as you stand yourself up and swing upwards at this asshole, you don't catch him hard enough to have any actual impact on him. Again, the second strike, as it hits, bounces off of his shield, the shield into his chainmail. There's a loud and he kind of rights himself and continues to ready his longsword again.
Alright, that is everything.
Alright. Their turns. Hobgoblins will be striking at you. 2. So the first one misses. The second one misses. Holy shit, are you serious? You give me a whole round of that? You gotta be fucking kidding me. You get what, 16, right? Yep. Okay. So, as you are standing, they are being thrown off balance by this brightness in the room, the erupting earth, and then this big, almost 7-foot tall fucking monstrosity of a giant man in front of them. I swear to you, I rolled, in order, 10, 13, 5, 5, 14. All fucking misses on you. At this point, the two guys that have been kind of watching this whole thing, they do step to the side again. Further down to the side. And, Ulrich.
If I, like, look through the corner, can I see, Enoch at all? Since it's on an angle. And I have really good perception.
Yeah, you can see him.
Good. I'm gonna cast Beacon of Hope.
Okay, give me one moment. So you kind of glance around the corner and you begin your incantation. As you do so, from this gal right here, staring straight ahead, you hear her shout out,
"Not today, you little asshole!"
And your fingers bend backwards and into themselves, and she is going to counterspell you. Alright, anything else?
Nope.
Alright, back to the top. So, Winnie. The barrier in front of you completely vanishes. As that happens, there's a sudden shift as the woman in the middle who had Sybil's attention flicks her wrist as soon as the barrier comes down, and the barrier that was turning down towards the door now seals Sybil into her subchamber to the south and begins to slowly press towards her. Guess you got her attention.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Alright, but the door is open ahead of you, Winnie, just so we're all clear. With that being said, the guy in the center here, he is going to, as soon as the barrier goes up, he is going to fire a shot. Actually, no, he's just going to throw his he's going to throw his longsword. No, he's not going to throw his long. He just says, fuck it, and yeets his longsword into the melee. That'd be pretty hardcore. No, he's going to throw his javelin. And that is a 27 to hit. And that is for 6 points, reduced to 3 Blood Main. And that's his turn. Gartok.
Okay, so Gartok is gonna move up here, and he's gonna like stare at Ulrich, and just kind of move forward. And then he's basically gonna hold his action for if there's enough space for him. He's gonna basically push through this green field.
You're gonna walk through the green field?
When Ulrich moves forward, he's gonna just walk through the green
fuck it
field.
and step through it. I like that. Okay, yes. Okay, understood.
Listen, if he's not gonna say fuck it and throw his longsword, I'm gonna say fuck it and walk through this.
Okay. So. This fine young lady runs up and in front of the guy who's been calling out commands, and she begins to mutter an incantation. She throws her hand upwards, and as she does so, there is a crackle of hot, white, electrical energy as a bolt of lightning blasts straight through the hobgoblin in front of her and into Winnie, Ulrich, and Bloodmane. I need all three of you to please make dexterity saving throws. Give me a second, I gotta mark off her spell slot here. Okay, so. Oh, yikes. Ulrich and Winnie, you are hit full force and you each take 31 points of lightning damage.
Not to be a pain in the ass, but just thinking about it because it's underneath the thing. Did that count for the difficult terrain here? Her movement.
Oh, from where she was?
Yeah.
She only would have moved the equivalent of 20 feet anyway.
That's what I thought
she's
so,
fine.
but I just wanted to make sure I mentioned
She's
it.
fine.
Okay, so you said 30.
Trust me, she's got many, many more feet. So 31 points to Ulrich and Winnie, and then Bloodmane. So Bloodmane, were you rolling with disadvantage or were you rolling with advantage?
Advantage for danger sense.
Ah, understood. Okay, so you succeed, and you only take 15 points of lightning damage. Okay, so she's gonna take a step back then. She Control-Alt-deleted the guy in front of Bloodmane. He literally, as soon as the flash of energy fades, the dude's fucking gone. This one is going to step up behind him, and now she is going to step up here. Her concentration is gone as she leaves Eyebite alone for now. So this lady right here, she is going to spend her action. And as she finishes her own incantation, she throws her hand forward, and you see these green tendrils writhe up and around the ground and spin around Bloodmane. Bloodmane, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. Success. You feel the tendrils begin to paralyze the muscles in your legs and arms, and you shake it off completely. And that is going to end their turns. Winnie.
So let's see. I can friendly pass, so I'm gonna do so that we can start filtering in here. It's not like they can't see me anyway. And then, I'm actually gonna face this way, and I want to cast, Thunder Wave.
Okay.
I'll do it at second level.
Alright. So as you do so, the one that had summoned the tendrils, as you begin to mutter your own incantation, she shouts at you,
We're the only one casting spells in here, dearie.
and your hand, as she burns another spell slot to counterspell you.
Okay.
Make sure you're marking off your spell slots even
I
if
did,
you've been
yep.
counterspelled.
Yep, I did. Okay, well, I guess that's gonna be it then.
Sybil.
She's going to try and target the voice that she heard because she doesn't know where people are at this point. So even if she's pressing back against the wall, let's see. Oh, that's cute. Sending an army, sending a barrier, refusing to do your own dirty work. And she's gonna just try again. And she's also, like, simply thematically, she's trying to do that, like, almost contortionist levels of, like, flattening herself as far away from this barrier as she can.
Understood. Alright, you do not receive a response to your shouts. So it's
Okay,
you're not
still want me
entirely
to
sure
roll?
what's happening. What?
Still want me to roll?
Nope, no need to.
Okay.
Doesn't work if she can't hear you. I'm rolling perception checks on my end.
Nope. She's just doing the best she can with the space that she has, and she's fucking tired anyway.
Alright, Bloodmane. How are they doing, by the way? There are no issues, does it seem? Okay.
I guess I will, transform.
Oh, fuck. Okay, give me just one moment. Fuck, I don't even know if I have a fucking token for that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to admit this, because we've not done this yet in the digital platform, I don't even have a fucking token for your transform. So, I'm gonna give you just the little blue dot, and, I don't know, you want the grenade icon? No, just kidding. Yeah, so I'm just gonna give you that for now, and I apologize, I didn't even fucking dawn on me, the one thing that I forget. Okay, so, you shapeshift. As you guys are watching, Bloodmane just fucking wigs out. And let me... Okay, so you already know all of, like, what you have. Do you have your card that you can pull up, right? Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, any issues with potential berserking will not come into effect this round, so... but you do. You successfully transform. You shed your skin, you grow rows and rows and rows of teeth, and your flesh just becomes the hybrid, much larger version since the last time you've been in this form. Much physically larger, almost more akin now to actual Bloodmane size as opposed to before when you kind of slimmed down. Noting to yourself anyways that this is a new state. Alright.
I know I get 2d12 of temporary hit points.
Yep.
Do I just roll for that, or is that...
Yep, just roll 2d12.
Okay.
And then those go in your temp hit point slot. Oh, fucking nice. 17. That's really nice.
I fucking needed it, man.
Alright, sorry, I made sure I had your stuff up too, just so I wasn't mistaken about whatever we've got going on. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. Oh, you know what? I do have it written that you immediately enter a frenzy.
Okay. So, that being the case, would I be able to use my bonus action to make an attack?
Fuck yeah. Yeah, because that's what happens when you frenzy, isn't it? That's part of your berserker, or whatever, your frenzy berserker thing. Okay.
You can make an additional attack with the bonus.
Absolutely. Yeah, so as you shift, you are already in, like, mid-fucking swing, so you can go ahead and bonus action and do your fucking worst.
Okay, so... I don't believe it's going to have all of its hit points, so I'll have advantage on attacks.
Which one are you targeting?
The one to the north of me.
Directly north?
Yes.
Okay, so you will just roll straight.
Oh, is that one? That one is not taking damage yet?
That is correct.
Alright. Can I go for one of the bloodied ones?
None of the other ones are bloodied at this point. The bloodied ones have been completely taken down. But there is one guy right here and right here who have taken a little bit of damage. But yeah, if you want to target one of them.
Yeah. No, I'll go northwest.
Okay, understood. Oh, fuck yeah, you hit him. Delete. Yeah, as you come up out of the transformative state, you immediately bear down on this guy and just completely fucking eviscerate him.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Fuck yeah. With the temp HP on top of it, it's not bad. Okay. That brings us to the actual hobgoblins. So they're gonna try to stab the shit out of you, because they don't know what you are now. Ha. Yeah. And you have an increased AC now, so that's 10, a 13, and a 14. So, as you are entering this state of frenzy, they fail to pierce the fleshy wereshark hide that is your body now. At this point, this guy is going to run in, and he is going to swing at you with his greatsword. Oh, God, that was a nat fucking 1. Terrible. He swings down at you, and you can see fear in this dude's eyes. Like, you can smell this dude's fear just as much as you can smell the blood, the pool of blood that is spilling out and around you right now. And it's palpable. Ulrich.
Okie dokie. Well, that's gonna change things. Wait, is this also normal? And then I'm going to cast a twinned 4th level Dispel Magic and try and break both these two barriers.
Okay, as you begin your incantation and you begin to split the dispel energy, the woman in the far back of the room, all the way to the west, she shouts out at you.
I told you, dearies, we're the only one using magic down here.
And she's going to cast a 4th level counterspell.
And also, just for clarification, do they happen to be an evil creature with the Sierra 5?
They are not, unfortunately.
They're worth a shot.
Very fucking close to it, though. Don't worry, I got you. I have very specific spots where things get crazy for you. This is unfortunately not one of them.
Yeah, well, that's me.
All right. Alright, so back at the top. Give me just one moment because I am moving a few things here. And again, Casey, I am assuming that you are moving with this barrier. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't feel like getting put through a shiv.
I would not want to do that, no. Alright, so... Alright, so the barrier begins to turn and spin down towards you, Ulrich, kind of feeding the belt, as it were. And the final barrier is moving ever closer to Sybil, who now has herself pressed against the fucking wall. This guy, he is going to go... This is on Erupting Earth, that's 10, 20. He's going to stand right fucking there.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna interject
Yeah.
a little bit. Did Gartox ready the thing to go through the barrier? Was that for this, or was that
Yeah,
earlier?
if there was space on the square, but then the barrier took the space on the square.
Right. I don't think he was going to push through the... Were you going to jump through the barrier?
I was gonna jump to where Ulrich was standing. I believe I said if there's space on the space there, I was gonna jump through here, but
So there is technically space for you to go right there, if you wanted to.
yeah, fuck it.
Okay, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw. Alright. So as you jump through, I rolled really poorly on this. You take 17 points of force damage as you leap through the curtain and land on the other side. You see Sybil as he jumps through it. It tears some of his flesh away. And he actually looks pretty good. He resisted a lot of that curtain. Alright, with that being said, back at the top. The dude at the front moved. Gartok, it is now your actual turn.
Okay, so now that I can I see the guy that just moved? The guy at the top, since I'm over here now?
No, not through, because there's a corner of a wall right here near Ulrich.
Okay.
But you can see this
Oh.
guy. Now you know what? You can't see that guy. Yeah, there's just too many corners.
Can I see the hag?
Oops. Yeah, see, so that guy's definitely got a corner. That guy's definitely got a corner. Can't see them. The hag, if you were to stand like, kind of around the corner, yeah, you could see the hag back there for sure.
Okay, then I guess I'll peek around the corner, and I will bonus action cast. Actually, wait, let me see the range on that before I talk bullshit. 60 feet, yeah. Slayer's Prey on that hag.
Okay.
Then I will fire twice.
Okay, 23. Yeah, you absolutely hit. You fire, and the arrow flies over the group, which is really hard to do considering how big Bloodmane is now in his wereshark form, and it hits her dead on.
That's right, Bloodmane is in wereshark form, isn't he?
Yes.
Gartok's never seen this.
No, it's fucking... There is a big, meaty... the size of Bloodmane, but the dude has the top half of a fucking shark. Alright, go ahead and give me some damage.
Yeah, I've already rolled, so I'm gonna say one goes to the hag, and then he's just gonna... Okay.
Awesome. Street sharks. Okay, and then add the extra d6. Alright.
Sorry, there was a delay, so I accidentally rolled twice. It's just a 3.
Yep, okay. So, lone clone. Alright, you hit her. She reels back kind of suddenly. The rest of you who are kind of like looking into the room, you see the other two hags look up at the one who just got shot, and then they begin to very meticulously peek down the doorway like, where the fuck did that come from?
And I will shoot again, but he's definitely gonna look at, like, Winnie and then Gartok. I mean, sorry, Winnie and Bloodmane. It's not my own name.
Okay.
Be like, what the fuck?
He's so confused he loses the lizard voice.
Okay, and 19. Absolutely hits. Give me some damage.
And there's no Slayer's Prayer on this one because it's not Hunter's Mark.
Alright, so the second arrow, bam, slams into her. And make sure you mark your arrows off. And she looks down and she tears the arrows out of her chest and throws them on the ground. But she's definitely wounded. She's not looking great already. Alright, anything else, Gartok?
No, but if this thing looks like it's going to try and... the gate behind me looks like it's going to try and, I guess, burn me, then I'll move out of the way with... So
okay.
I don't, you know, go through it again.
Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. You're gonna, like, kind of walk down towards the south near Sybil to stay out of the way of it? Or you're gonna follow behind Ulrich?
No, I want to stay out of the way of it with Sybil.
Okay.
I'll hang out with Sybil.
Alright. Okay, that brings us to the hag's turn. So, this gal is going to take a step up, and she is going to begin muttering an incantation. Surprise, surprise. As she finishes muttering her incantation, she adds an additional syllable to the end of it, and a beam of blue, crackling energy rockets out from her hand. I need Bloodmane, Winnie, and Ulrich to all make dexterity saving throws. Alright, so, wow, Bloodmane, nice. Ulrich, so that is 34 points of lightning damage to Ulrich.
I am down.
Winnie, you actually saved with a 13, just barely, and Bloodmane, you fucking saved excellently. So you two each take 17 points of lightning damage.
I don't know if you heard me, but I'm down.
Yep. Give me one moment. Okay, so your injury, you don't have. Do you have a coin on you or no?
I'm actually looking right now. Give me a second. I don't remember.
Okay.
Nope.
We had a whole conversation about it, so I'm almost positive I handed one over unless you've used it since.
No, I see it now. Haha, found it. Never mind. I keep looking for it to be highlighted like a magic item, since it's a normal common. So yeah. Bye doubloon. And I just deleted it from my inventory.
All right.
Yeah, because that
So,
was the last one.
The doubloon bloop, pops up into the air, vanishes, and it's a good thing because explosive grounding of the foot sounds terrible as an injury. All right. With that being said, though, she finishes her incantation. I've marked off my spell slot. The other two. They both mutter incantations themselves, although instead of lightning bolts rocketing from their hands, two beams of sickly-looking, almost like pukey dripping energy springs forth from their fingertips. Winnie, these are targeting you. Winnie, I also need a concentration check.
Okay. I get those at advantage. That's just a constitution roll, not a saving throw, correct? They're the same, but...
Oh, for your...
Oh, no, concentration. Yeah, so that's this. I see it.
It's a constitution saving throw. Okay, 13. Beautiful. As your high. Excellent. And excellent. You're fine. Okay. So the two beams do successfully strike you. Did you have any extra armor from the tree form, or was that just the hit points? Or
I believe
whatever
it was
it
just
was.
the hit points.
Okay. So
I get dexterity. Oh, I get to roll dexterity ones with advantage. I forgot about that, but that's fine. Dexterity and wisdom-based attack rolls with advantage. Constitution saving throws with advantage.
okay. All right. So with that being said, I do need 2 Constitution saving throws. Yikes.
That was almost even worse. Okay. So a 6 and a 13.
All right, so the first one strikes you, and you are hit for 9 points of poison damage. You are also poisoned until the end of your next turn. The second one hits you and you take 10, but because you succeeded, it's reduced to 5. So an additional 5 points of poison damage. And you are poisoned. So I need you to make two more Constitution saving throws. Okay, you're fine on the first one. And the second one... Ooh. Base is always 10, so you're just barely fucking good there. All right, so you do succeed at maintaining your concentration. Warcaster's a very good feat.
Yeah.
Winnie, on that note, it is your turn. Again, remember, you are poisoned. As the beams hit you, you immediately begin to sweat and puke. And as you look next to you, you realize that... what is your perception? 17. Bloodmane is not just raging anymore. He's in a frenzied state.
Okay. Well, now I think I'm hurt worse. So, she's going to use the tattoo to do level 2 cure wounds on herself.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not Doc. She's just gonna do a level 2 cure. At second level though, and then everybody will get 11 points of healing.
Wait, what are you casting?
Just cure wounds at second level.
Okay, so as you begin to mutter the incantation, the hag who threw the lightning bolt, she's going to use her reaction, and she says,
We're the only ones who cast spells in our lair.
And she's going to counterspell you at level 4.
Okay, since the spell slot still got expended, everybody still gets the 11 points of healing. Is that correct?
No, it got countered. The spell was never cast.
But I still use the spell slot. It says when you spend a spell slot.
Give me a second. I'll make a call. This is for Spirit Totem?
Yeah.
If you cast a spell using a spell slot that restores hit points to any creature inside or outside of the aura, each creature of your choice in the aura also regains hit points equal to your druid level. You did not cast a spell, though. The spell was countered. Just because it blew the spell slot. It says, if you cast a spell, you did not cast a spell, your spell was countered.
Okay. That's it. That's all I can do.
Alright. Sybil.
Sybil feels like she doesn't have a choice. She's going to grab the daggers and she's going to go through this barrier.
Okay, give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Yep. Yeah, that tracks.
And I rolled really low. So as you jump through the barrier and into Gartok, you take 16 points of force damage. Gartok, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please. Okay, so Gartok, as you lunge through, because you guys cannot share the same space, steps to the side. And Sybil, you find yourself stepping through the barrier on the opposing side. I need a second Constitution saving throw, please.
Definitely should have specified which way I was planning on going. My bad.
11. Okay, so you take an additional 25 points of force damage as you hit the barrier and then kind of take a half step inward. Now, whoops, hang on. Sorry, I accidentally grabbed Gartok. God damn it, then I grabbed the barrier. There's too many things happening here. Alright. That is the clusterfuck corner, there's no doubt about that. Alright. Anything else?
I am on the inside of the barrier, though.
Correct, yes you are.
Okay, then. She is going to correct like she does when she's going to fall from her silks. I'm trying to go to the left, directly south of Ulrich, well, his corpse. and I'm going to attempt to stab the one around the corner.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack roll with disadvantage.
Yep.
So you...
I don't get the sneak attack.
Yeah, oh, I know, you don't hit anyways. You sneak around the corner, and as you do so, you stab wildly, and you hear the dagger hit something very familiar to chainmail. It does not puncture.
Okay. She is going to try and hit again, and that will be pretty much all she's got.
Okay.
If this hits, I am releasing poison.
$15 unfortunately does not hit. You feel it hit the chainmail and kind of drag along the mail itself. All right, Bloodmane.
Alrighty. The one to the southwest has sustained damage, correct?
Correct.
I guess we'll start there.
All right. Okay, so... yeah, oh no, that definitely hits. Yeah. Yep. Yes, sir. And as you swing upwards at the hobgoblin, you knock him off of his feet and into the pillar just diagonal of where he is. His body hits and immediately crumples onto the floor, face first.
I will go to the one directly south of me.
Okay.
That one is undamaged, correct?
That is correct, he is undamaged. $15 unfortunately does not hit.
Alright, and I'll try one more time.
Okay. The 18 does hit. All right.
Then +3 for the rage damage. I wish we could add that in somehow.
There's a way to do it. Kevin Goins does it on Re. I don't know how he does it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know if it's just a communication issue, but yeah, it's alright. We typically note it, so. Either way, you knock this dude off of his fucking feet and pretty much all the way up to the ceiling before he comes back down and collapses.
Okay. That's my action and bonus.
Okay. So the dude directly to the north of you is going to attempt to hit you with his longsword. And that is the hit. And that is for 14 points of slashing damage reduced to 7. And all the other hobgoblins are dead. So now on to the guy directly north of you. So this guy in the south, he's going to charge up, and he is going to engage you as well. The captain in front of Winnie is going to slice at Winnie, or at least attempt to. Alright. With the first attack, the guy in the back is going to use his reaction, his leadership reaction, and he is going to shout out to the guy directly in front of Winnie. He says, Winnie, you're the only one who understands this because it's in kind of broken goblin, but he's like, she's fainting to the right! And he switches his stance, comes back down on you from the left, and just barely hits you. That brought me from a 14 to a 16. Oh wait, are you a 17?
16.
No, you are 16. Okay. So that is a hit. The second attack also strikes you and hits. Give me a second for damage. So the first attack hits for 18 points of slashing damage. I'm sorry, excuse me, piercing damage from the greatsword. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. And you manage to successfully maintain your concentration. The second strike hits you for a total of 10 points of piercing damage.
She's down.
And she drops.
And the unicorn totem goes away.
Give me a moment. And with that, Winnie hits the ground. Alright. The captain to the south of Bloodmane is going to attempt to strike him. And that is a 12, which is a miss, and a fucking nat 1. Alright. I mean, you're getting fucking lucky on these rolls. Alright, so that is his turn. Ulrich, death saving throw, please.
I auto-stabilized with the...
Oh, that's right, you got the fucking parry up. Well, that's awesome. Alright. So you are unconscious. Alright, back to the top. So we're going to start the round. Guys, let's do this, though, because it is already 12:22. Let's go ahead and just take our break. Give like 10, 15 minutes if you guys need it. If not, that's fine. I just have to use the bathroom, to be honest with you, so I will be right back. And then we'll pick right back up and cook through the rest of this. Hopefully.
I came back and Candace, it looked like you gave Xavier a stern talking to while he was just eating something.
No. We were talking about our youngest got sick this morning, so we were just talking about we don't understand what the hell's going on with him. He's got a stomach bug or something.
Oh, okay. Hope he feels better.
Thanks. Yeah. He's fine. That's the weird thing. He'll be playing, he'll just be like blah, and then he's fine again. We're like, what the fuck's going on with you, kid?
Yeah. The other day we were driving, and he got quiet, and I looked behind me, and I'm like, "You okay, dude?" And he just looked up and just projectile vomited all over himself and all over the car, and then he was just like, "Yeah," and I was like, "The fuck? No crying? No nothing? You just
Yeah.
okay?"
And then this morning when I walked in, I was like, oh, it stinks in here. And he goes, uh-oh. And I'm thinking, bad diaper or something. No. And he was just like, uh-oh. I'm like, okay, well. Here we are.
Okay, then.
I have kids, they said.
I don't think they meant 3, but...
Oh, we don't regret it for a second. It's just a lot of work.
That Earth eruption picture you have, Xavier, looks so cool, especially when it's in the background like that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that I have like that are just really specific to really specific spells, that if you just put it in the map layer, it just becomes its own thing. Super neat.
I'll have you know, I was about to gore this bitch until I died.
Well, you haven't died yet.
Until I started dying.
I accept that.
Don't worry, Candace, I'll attempt to gore another one for you with arrows.
Perfect.
I hope I have enough arrows.
I hope so too.
I was gonna say, it's not looking good right now, folks. Bloodmane is, he's not doing well.
I did not equip any healing spells on Gartok because I figured he's like an ambush hunter. So if he has to heal, he's done it wrong. That being said, this hallway tunnel thing with like the barriers, really cool.
It's pretty neat, right? I've done a lot of stuff with hags over the years, and you've got to find a way to make it fresh, otherwise it can get so fucking boring. It's like, well, you find a door, when you touch the door you get cursed. Ooh. And I was like, what is gonna make them have to make a choice? Jump through these fucking things, or go in one by one and don't take a bunch of damage before you get there.
I chose both.
Yes, you did. You're still doing good, actually. Fuck. We can get you... If we can get you in here without everybody dying first, you guys might be alright.
Actually, I think I'm happy where I am. Once this like one behind me moves and I can move a bit further, it'll be great. but I'm okay being behind Bloodmane. Speak of the devil, there he is. I'd like to think your short form has a beard too.
You know what? If I'm not mistaken, one of the first times he transformed into the hybrid form, I'm pretty sure that question was asked. He's like, "Hey, do I have a beard or?" All right, so we've got. Let's see. So we're just waiting on Sybil. Sybil is a few rounds out, so since we've got majority back, we'll just go ahead and start. We don't have to worry about Ulrich at this point, anyways. Plus, he's at the end of the initiative order. So, with that being said. This guy up here is going to take a step back here, and he's going to continue to watch the door. Gartok, that brings us to your turn.
Okay, I'm going to.
Oh, actually, you know what? Hang on. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I forgot it was the top of the round, so we had a shift in the the barriers.
Should have just let the damn barrier squish me.
Alright. Gartok, sorry. Now you can go.
Okay, I'm going to, as a bonus action, cast Hunter's Mark on the one who has my Slayer's Prey.
Okay. You cast your Hunter's Mark, and as you do so, now you're not only feeling her heartbeat, but you're like smelling the sweat on her body.
Ignore that, I was trying to do something.
Uh-huh.
I was trying to see if I can add that to my damage roll like I did with Slayer's Prey now.
Alright.
Anyway, I'm gonna do that. And then I am going to shoot 2 times.
Okay. Alright, excellent. So you rear back with the bow, you loose the arrow, and as soon as the arrow hits the green curtain, it dissolves into ash.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I'm going to assume you don't fire the second shot, or do you?
No, I don't think.
Okay, just go ahead and remove 1 arrow from your inventory then. Anything else, Gartok? Alright.
I don't think I can. Once again, blocked by the curtain.
So the hag up in front here, she's just kind of watching everything unfold, and you hear her kind of shout out to the room.
Bring us their heads, especially the shape changer. I want to peek inside.
And then they're all going to begin incantations, and they're going to loose a volley of thin, sickly green-looking rays. The first 2 are going to be targeted at Blood... Well, shit, he's huge. I don't know if they're going to be able to see past him, to be honest with you guys. Yeah, I guess I'll have to target Bloodmane. So the first one hits. The second one flies overhead and strikes the doorway. And the third also hits. Bloodmane, I need you to make 2 Constitution saving throws, please. Okay, so the first one you fail, and you take 5 points of poison damage. The second one you succeed, and you only take 2 points of poison damage.
Yep, I'm down.
Alright. Do you have a coin on you?
I do.
Okay. So as the beams hit Bloodmane, Sybil, in front of your eyes, as you're standing over Ulrich, and you see Bloodmane, he gets hit with these beams of energy. His body shudders, and you see the gray, fleshy wereshark facade of him shrink inward to the normal Goliath form as he collapses forward onto the ground. Now that you can see past him finally, you realize Winnie is also on the ground in a bloody heap. And it is you, with a green barrier moving in behind you, and Gartok behind that. Winnie, death saving throw, please.
Oh, sorry. -2, so 7.
Okay, that's one failure. Wait, -2?
Yeah.
Oh,
it
they've got
included
the
my
weird
con.
thing.
Yeah. It included,
Yeah.
I did a con instead of, so it should have just been a straight, right? It doesn't add con to it, so it should have been a 7. Even a 9 is a fail, so whatever.
I was just making sure that I hadn't, for some reason, you didn't have an actual negative.
No, no,
okay,
no.
we're good. All right, Sybil.
She's going to grab the injector and stab the shit out of Ulrich with it. Not with the poison. We're going to
Sure about that?
You know, the way she's been lately, she's going to attempt to heal Ulrich in a non-counterable form.
In a non-what form?
Counterable. These bitches.
Look, to be fair, they have used all of their highest level shit just for the counter spells. Trust me, it could have been way worse.
Okay, so this is a superior. What is it for rolling? Because I don't have any clickables for that.
One moment. $8d4 plus 8. It's a lot of fucking healing. Potentially a lot of healing, I should say.
I'm gonna see if I can get Roll20 to do that.
If not, I can just click it if you want. I'm right here.
Yeah, I mean, just go for it.
There you go. Holy fuck, 30. Wow. Yeah, that was a lot. Holy
You
shit.
healed him twice.
Okay.
Alright, so you stick him with the injector just in the nape of the neck, and as you plunge down, you hear Ulrich go, "Ow!" as the horrific lightning damage, the hot electricity damage to his chest and body and face immediately seals up.
Yep. She's going to, the second his eyes starts to open, she's gonna say, "Heal Winnie." Then she's going to bonus action to disengage, and then use her movement to go here, which is as far as I can get.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and remember, because that's difficult terrain.
Then that would take me. That would be 5.
So you just moved 20 feet across difficult terrain. So
yeah, I can only move 15.
Okay.
And I don't want to be on a corpse. So, I guess I hate everything. I hate everything about where I'm at right now. But you know what? We're going to move 5, 10, and 15 instead.
Okay, hold on a second. How much movement do you have?
I have 15 because I have 2 levels of exhaustion.
Okay, so this square right here, any of these hash marks is difficult terrain.
Yeah. So
that's 10 feet of movement to move through that square.
Okay, done. Right there, then.
So yeah, she'd have to stop there. Okay.
I didn't realize it extended that far out because I was
Yeah,
looking
it
at the
Yeah,
animation, not the
it's
hash.
tough. Yeah, you got to zoom in because the hash marks are kind of. I could put a tint on it if we wanted to, if it's too tough to see.
I'll remember. I just forgot that time. So that's what I've
All
got.
right, Bloodmane, death saving throw, please.
I haven't done one of these in quite a long time. Which one is that?
You
Where's
just
that at?
just roll a
Just a
d20. That's
20.
all you do.
Oh, just a d20. All right.
Yep. It's all about luck at this point. Fuck. Alright, that's one success. Alright, that brings us to the Hobgoblins. So this hobgoblin right here is going to grab Bloodmane by the shoulders. And unfortunately, because of how fucking heavy you are, he only gets to drag you 5 feet out of the doorway. This guy up here is going to grab Winnie. And he also, especially because he's moving through difficult terrain, begin to drag you up to the north. Sybil, the guy that's standing right next to you, turns to you as he sees you kind of like duck and roll out of the way, and he begins to lay into you with his greatsword.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, I got the dice animated on my screen now because you guys always talk about how you're like, oh, it was just right on the cusp. Yo, that was almost a nat 20, and then I rolled a fucking 2. So that was an 11 and a 6 total. So both of the greatsword swings miss you completely. Ulrich, you come to. You have not died, so you still have your mage armor on. And as you come to, you see Winnie's body and Bloodmane's body in front of you just slowly start to get dragged to the north, and Sybil dodge around the corner. And directly behind you is a green curtain, and it's moving towards you.
Well, we're gonna try to help people. We'll see if a 5th level mass cure wounds goes off.
Okay, sorry, you said 5th level mass?
Yep.
Alright, so... Are you moving or no?
I'm gonna move forward to get out of the way of the thing, and then yeah, okay.
Okay. Alright, go ahead and roll some healing.
I did.
Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, so the 30-foot sphere, yes. So that would be Gartok, Sybil, Winnie, Bloodmane, and... Does it target you as well, Ulrich? I know it's a weird question. I feel like it does.
I think it does.
You 6 people, so...
Oh, up to 6 people. Okay, perfect. Alright, so... Everybody in the party immediately regains 22 hit points as this burst of energy spins around the room, bringing you all immediately back to consciousness. Oh, God help these hags. Alright, anything else? Yes,
No,
Sybil.
that's it.
Sorry, it's not letting me remove the superior healing from my injector. I have it written down, but it's not letting me modify it at the moment.
Okay, I will modify it right now.
Awesome. I just wanted to let you know that I was trying.
Alright, it's updated.
Thank you. I don't want to be cheaty on it.
Oh, trust me, I also don't want you to be cheating on it. Alright. So, with that being said, that brings us to the top of the round. The screen to the south vanishes, and the one to the north moves about halfway down the hallway towards Ulrich. The guy up here, seeing everybody fucking get back up, immediately jumps into action. He's going to get there, and he's going to begin to pummel on Winnie as she struggles and wakes back up. Alright, so Winnie, you have... Okay, so it's 16, so I've got 2 hits.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Holy shit, you're all ones.
No.
R.I.P. Winnie.
Do you want all the damage at once? Is there something that you can do to not take particular points of damage?
No.
Candace?
I
Okay.
can't. I was looking.
So, the first one, with the martial advantage added, hits you for a total of 29 points of damage, which immediately drops you. He missed the second time, but because he committed all 3 attacks to you, he does follow through and strikes you with the second attack, automatically failing a death saving throw.
Got it.
Alright, that does end his turn. However, you do not have another coin on you, do you?
I do not.
Oh, lucky you. Just a minor scar.
I got lots of those.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of minor scars, that's true. Alright, Gartok.
Okay, well, I can't do much with this curtain in my way, but what I will do is, he's seen these things disappear once they reach this point, and he's just gonna ready an action that the second this thing disappears, he's just gonna shoot his prey and his mark twice.
You can only ever hold an action to fire once. You don't get to make
okay.
both attacks with held actions. But yes, you can fire one arrow.
And yeah, once
when
this
the curtain
curtain
goes
drops,
away. Okay.
he will fire an arrow.
Understood. Alright. Hags. So the one in front here is going to whisper an incantation, and as it grows louder, she is going to upcast it to level 5. And she's going to target Bloodmane, Sybil, and Ulrich. I need all of you to make wisdom saving throws, please, as tendrils begin to creep up and out of the ground and around your legs, seizing your... Oh, that's not fucking good, guys. Come on.
Sybil's favorite.
Sybil, you actually are the only one who succeeded.
I'm gonna use the favor of the gods. Oh, it's 2 weeks, so my bad.
I'll allow it. You can use Favor of the Gods.
I like the mental image that the only reason she succeeds against this is because these hags aren't nearly as bad as her own head.
Four is not fucking bad, so that brings you, what, to a 15? So
Yeah,
that is a success. So, with that being said, unfortunately... God, Bloodman, you're not having a good time. So, Bloodmane, you are paralyzed. The other two are going to fire... one is going to cast a Ray of Sickness on Sybil. And that is an 8, so that completely fucking misses. And the other one, it appears that she's holding for something, but your guys aren't entirely sure what it is at this point. And that will move on from their turns. Winnie, I need a death saving throw, please. Second failure. Sybil.
I am going to attempt to stab the crap out of the one that's next to me.
Understood.
Do I get straight rolls this time?
Well, yeah, you can see him. You were only getting disadvantage because you were trying to fight around a corner with a combatant in the way.
Nope, that's fair. I'm just double checking because straight rolls mean I get sneak attack if I hit, and I would like that.
Well, I can't deny a nat 20.
Yep.
Fuck.
Okay. So that's 46 points of damage. I think. That might not be right. It might be more than that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, to be totally honest with you. 46 was way more hit points than this guy had. And this guy actually had quite a lot of hit points. He was a captain. So, as he is swinging down at you, and you see the beam of green energy fly over your head, smash into the wall, and just this dirty, like, poison kind of drips down the wall. You feint to the right, and you drive the dagger up between this guy's breastplate until you feel flesh, and then you punch the dagger as deep into his body cavity as you possibly can, and just begin to make circles like you're filleting him. He cries out and looks down at you, drops his greatsword, and just his eyes roll back and he slips.
Okay. In that case, we are going to start moving then. I'm going to go back here, which moving out of difficult terrain, is that still...
Does not take anything, nope.
Okay, so 5, I'm going
Just
around
moving
this.
into, yep.
10, 15, 20.
Alright,
So that's bonus action and movement.
understood.
And that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to prepare to murder this hag the way we did last time.
Alright. Alright, Blood Maiden, you are paralyzed. You are aware of what's going on around you. You can hear everything, and this dude is fucking dragging you. Or at least he was until the tethers grew up and around you. Your turn is ending, but please give me another wisdom saving throw versus the hold person.
Also, mechanics question.
Yeah.
If I am paralyzed, would I still be able to technically rage?
Give me a moment.
That's silent anger.
Better than silent disappointment.
So you cannot. You are incapacitated, cannot move or speak, but the incapacitation is what leads me to believe that you cannot rage. Oh yeah, because if you're incapacitated, you can't take bonus actions and you have to use a bonus action. You can't take any actions, that's just the incapacitated. You literally cannot take actions or reactions.
Fair enough.
So, okay. 9, unfortunately, you are still being held by the tendrils. Alright, the guy in front of you, he's going to just let you go, because he's not fucking with the hag's magic. So he's going to take a step over here. And he's going to use his action to dash. He's going to get right on up next to Sybil. Alright, so the other captain, he is going to let Winnie go as well. And he is going to... 10, 15, 20, 30. Use his action to dash. 10, 20, 30. And he's going to dash across the tough terrain with all of his movement and just stop. And he can't do anything else. That does bring us, however, to Ulrich.
Okay, try this again. I'm going to spend 6 sorcery points to twin spell heal to hit both Bloodmaid and Winnie.
So the hag, who has currently been speckled by Gartok with all sorts of sensory shit, is going to attempt to counterspell you. However, I say attempt because she does not have the spell slot necessary to get a free counterspell on you. So I'm going to go ahead and throw some dice. She's going to burn the last of their high-level spell slots for a counterspell. And give me one moment. That is level 6, you said, right?
Yeah. Into big boy.
Holy shit, so the DC is fucking 16. Oh! Man, fuck you, dude. I'd fucking tried and I failed by goddamn 1. And y'all know my ass don't hold back. So, with a 15, she shouts out at you.
I told you we're the only ones who can't.
And as she fails to fight back against the divine entity that is Ulrich, Ulrich successfully burns all 6 of his sorcery slots, as well as the 6th level spell slot, twinning the heal. And you said that was going to Winnie and Bloodmane, is that correct?
Yeah.
Alright, both of you are healed for 70 hit points.
Also, if you are blind, deaf, or have any disease, that's all gone too.
Thankfully, you guys are good. Bloodmane, those crabs are gone, but you are still paralyzed. Sorry. Yeah.
They were like actual.
Yeah, no, they were actual crabs. That was from the shark thing. Okay, that's a lot of fucking hit points. Holy shit. Okay, anything else there, big guy?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get away from Captain. I'm moving over there, and then that'll be it for me.
All right, top of the round. The barrier goes up to its final point and vanishes. Gartok, that triggers your reaction.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Luce. Okay, I see you. That's all I need is to see you. And a 17 just hits, so go ahead and lay some damage down for me. Plus 2d6.
Just the one, because I already have one.
Oh, that's right, because this was the... Wait, don't you have Slayer's Prey and Hunter's Mark?
Yeah, I need one more d6.
Oh, oh, I see. It was already added into that. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Sorry.
That one was better.
15. All right, so that is on a 51. She ain't looking good. She is definitely bloodied at this point as the arrow sails through the air in the open door. As soon as the screen goes down and strikes her, Sybil, you see her kind of reel back as she grabs onto her chest and looks down, and the fucking the arrow strikes true. So with that being said, big boy over here, seeing the heal go off, he immediately goes into a fucking rage, not an actual rage, but he gets very, very upset, and he starts to wail on Winnie.
Seems awfully rude.
Alright, so the first one hits. Winnie, because you are prone, that was with advantage. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was reading that right. Alright, I was just checking to make sure that there were no nat 20s. Thankfully, there does not appear that there were any nat 20s. So, with that being said, Winnie, the first one strikes, And it strikes for... So the first one strikes for 20 points of damage, and that was with the martial advantage. The second one strikes for 8 points of damage. And the third one also strikes, but only for 4 points of damage. And that ends his turn. He is he is laying into you hard. Alright. Gartok. It is your actual turn now.
Okay, so I'm gonna start off by using Fighting Spirit. As a bonus action, you can give yourself advantage on weapon attack rolls until the end of your current turn, and 5 temp HP.
Okay.
And then I'm using this to kind of offset Sharpshooter, which is my feat. So I get a -5 to my attack rolls, but I get a +10 to damage.
Correct. Okay, so you activate your Sharpshooter feat, plus your Fighting Spirit. Go ahead and take a shot with advantage. And we'll take your high and remove 5 from the total. And then we'll figure out damage.
Actually, this is a neat thing I can add. I already have the -5 on.
Oh, cool.
Which is why it's only a 13.
Fair enough. So the first arrow, you fire the first arrow and it flies through the air, clattering off the wall behind her.
That one was just a 20, because I still have the -5 on that one. I don't know why I didn't add it there.
Okay, well the 20 does hit. So go ahead and roll your damage and then add 10, unless you can already do the 10.
I just need to turn off advantage. Give me a second. That's with the 10.
Alright, so 17 total.
$20 damage.
20, alright. So the arrow passes clean through her and hits the pillar behind her and shatters. She has now got a massive hole in her chest that she is actively bleeding from, and she is screaming. Anything else, Gartok?
I think I'm good.
Alright. The hag's turns. So the one in the center here, she's going to use her action to disengage, as she's concentrating on Bloodmane. She's going to come up here and continue her concentration. This one's going to move over here, though, and she is going to swing at Sybil with her claws. Okay, and that is a 15, so a 15 misses. The one who is just fucked up by Gartok is going to begin to whisper infernal insults into the mind of Gartok. Gartok, I need a wisdom saving throw.
That's an 11.
An 11. So Gartok, you have disadvantage on the next attack roll that you make. And you also take 6 points of psychic damage. Alright, Winnie.
I think what I'd like to do is Winnie's going to cast Call Lightning at 5th level.
Okay. Okay, you might want to read that spell again before you cast this spell.
Oh, because we're in a room, right?
Very specifically
Yeah.
says, for example, if you are in a room that cannot accommodate the cloud, and it's because it creates a 60-foot radius center, 10-foot tall
Right.
cloud.
Okay. Well then I will... I guess I just need to get rid of this asshole in front of me, especially since it did so much damage. So I'm gonna, use... Primal Savagery on him.
Alright, are you standing up or are you doing this from laying down?
I'll stand up first, yeah.
Okay, understood. Alright, go ahead.
Nice. Nat 20.
Fuck. Can't deny that. I could try. I could refute you.
You could. So it's gonna be 7 plus 4 is 11 plus 6 is... Oh, I guess, no, it's all just dice. So yeah, 34
Is it-
points of...
Yeah, so it's just the 17 times 2, so 34?
Yeah, 34 points of magic acid damage.
So you've dropped this guy in one swipe to bloodied. As you lunge up and onto your feet, the claws extend, and you rake this guy from the top of his eyebrows all the way down through his face, melting part of his jaw off. The armor literally sundering underneath your strike.
Okay, and then, yeah, okay. I'm gonna, as stupid as it is, I'm gonna use my bonus action to do Healing Word on my, Healing Word on myself because I know how bad he hurt me last time.
Alright, go
And
ahead.
I'll do that at 3rd level.
Okay, make sure you're marking off the spell slots. Alright, Sybil.
Okay. If I go between the two enemies, is this going to be difficult terrain?
I mean, it's on a table, so yeah, probably.
Is there any way that I can attempt, without spending my action for it, so I understand if it's a no, that I can attempt to do like an acrobatics to still... I'm just trying to move 20. I'm trying to get to here, if I can. So that I can swing on that hag that Gartek's been shooting. Because we know how... I
mean, you can still get to that point, but you're going to take a lot of attacks of opportunity in the process.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
you
because
can-
that's my bonus action to disengage. That's why I was trying to figure out if I could do it with the movement that I have.
More than likely not. But, I mean, you could always try it. If you fail, though, you're just wasting everything. But it would be your full action to try that. Especially considering you have 2 levels of exhaustion.
Yep, then I'm not going to do that at the moment. We are going to bonus action disengage. We are going to use my movement to go here. Then we are going to stab, or try to.
Okay.
Because that, due to Rakish Audacity, will give me sneak
Yep,
attack.
go ahead and roll. Okay, so you definitely do not hit him with the first dagger swing.
And I do want to inject poison.
Okay, unfortunately you miss him with both of your daggers.
Okay.
The second one was very, very close, though. You actually got it, like, inside of the chainmail, but the dagger point just could not find the chink in the armor that needed to get into the flesh.
Okay. That is all she's doing.
Alright, Bloodmane, your turn comes to an unfortunate end. Please make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Okay. Out of curiosity, if you get downed and you have exhaustion, right? That stays with you when you get back up.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would take another level of exhaustion because I frenzied.
Shit,
And my
that's
rage
right.
ended.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. That is exactly how that works. Yeah, so you have level 2 exhaustion, which means that your speed is now halved.
Okay, I will update that.
Alright. And then 13 is just what you needed to save. So, your turn does end, but in that happening, you do shake off the last of the hag's magic, and you feel yourself free once again, though you're pretty fucking sleepy. Alright, Sybil, the hobgoblin in front of you is going to lash out with his longsword.
Okay.
That is a motherfucker. Yeah, that was a 10, so don't worry about anything.
She is half asleep, but dodging as best she can.
Alright, the captain is going to run up alongside his pal and attempt to swing at you with his greatsword. The first one I rolled a 6. Holy shit, so you dodge out of the way of that, and the second one, I kid you not, was only a fucking 15. So as he swings, you duck. If you would have been up just a hair, he was gonna try to take your fucking head off. Instead, his greatsword smashes into the stone pillar, taking a good chunk out of it. That is it for the captains. Ulrich.
I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead on the hag that has had some arrows protruding from her.
Okay, sorry, was that wisdom saving throw for that?
Yeah, wisdom 16.
I rolled a 20. Not nat 20, just a dirty 20.
Okay, that's it for me.
Alright, so the gong goes off, but in the chaos, she doesn't hear anything except for the sound of rushing water, and that's just from blood loss thanks to fucking Gartok! Alright, back at the top of the round. There are no barriers, so there is no barrier movement. The Warlord is now in melee with Winnie, and he is going to continue to lay into her. Alright, so the first swing is only a 15, is when he gets her shield up just in time to deflect the heft of the longsword blow. The second and third strikes, unfortunately, do land successfully. The first one dealing 5 points of slashing damage, and the second one dealing 10, so a total of 15 points of slashing damage.
Just healed those points.
And that's it. That is all he can do. Gartok!
Yeah, so I know she gave me disadvantage. I'd like to not have that, so I will use my bonus action again
Okay.
to use Fighting Spirit. I can use that 3 times.
Beautiful. So the fighting spirit, boom, bang, you're back in it. This is easy. This is like a fucking duck shoot, more like a hag shoot.
Sorry, let me just add my 5 temp HP, because I forgot to do that last time. And then I will shoot normally at her.
I mean, yeah, 27 absolutely fucking hits. Okay, plus one more. Alright, so 11.
Said I did sharpshooter, but I did not. Oh.
You're cutting up real bad, but I can't hear a word you're saying.
Yeah, 11.
Okay. Alright, second shot. She's still standing. Barely, though. She's wavering. Like, she's literally staggering with the blood loss.
I'm not going to try anything fancy. I want her dead, so I'm just going to use a normal shot this time as well.
Understood. Well, actually, you roll this with advantage because the disadvantage she gave you only lasted for one attack. It was the first attack.
Okay, well,
doesn't matter either way. You fucking hit her with both of them. So yeah. So the 26 hits. She takes the second arrow. And again, the arrow, I mean, it literally passes through her. She is riddled with holes. At this point, she is hunched over, and you can all hear the audible sound. It sounds like somebody took a water bottle, opened it up, and is just continually pouring it onto a floor. And as you look over, she is literally spilling blood out of her body and fainting in the process. But she's still just barely hanging on. All right, their turn. $10, $15, $20, $25. This one is going to sneak back around behind Sybil and is going to try to claw Sybil with her claws. And that is a 16.
Yeah, we're just gonna take that one.
Okay.
I'm saving uncanny dodge for the captain.
Understood. That's 12 points of slashing damage as she rakes down your back deep with dagger-like claws. This one in the back, now that she's lost concentration and is unfortunately out of spell slots, she's going to join the fray. And she's going to try to slash at Winnie with her claws. Oh my god, that was a nat 1. Alright, well, that doesn't do shit. The one who is severely wounded is going to, in a last-ditch effort, she's going to whisper once again the infernal incantation into Gartok's mind. Gartok, give me a wisdom saving throw, please. And there is absolutely no issue whatsoever. You don't even understand what this bitch is saying, so how can it possibly hurt your feelings? Winnie.
Okay, I finished that just in time. I was doing math for summon Bestial Spirit, which I am going to summon there, behind the hag. I'm going to cast it at 4th level.
Give me a moment.
Mm-hmm.
What level?
It's 4th level.
Alright, so... Okay, so you've got your creature card pulled up.
So the problem is that was the stuff I was allowed to summon was on the handwritten card. I don't remember what the creatures were. I was going to go with land.
No, that's not what it is. So you click on your spell. I had to custom create this spell for it. I
Oh.
told you, go all the way down to the... So click on the actual spell, go all the way to the bottom, and it says find the creature card at. I had to literally...
Oh, yeah,
had to
I have
create
that up. Yeah, that's right.
That's all that matters.
Mhm.
That's the only thing you need.
Okay.
Okay, so anyways, with that being said, though, what kind of spirit is it?
I'm going with land.
Land. Alright, so... If I can find the goddamn... Alright, and where are you putting it?
Right there.
All right, so you, as you activate the magic deep within you, you conjure up this spirit and you set your concentration to keeping it alive. As you do so, it rises up and out of the earth and takes the form of this medium-sized, literally like this probably dwarf-sized beetle with these large protruding stones kind of sticking up and from its back. Alright. Does it get an attack on its first turn or
I was
no?
looking to see. It says it shares your initiative, but it takes its turn immediately after.
So it does get its attack. So
Yeah.
your turn ends, though, so you would have to end your turn, and then it goes.
And then it goes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, anything else? Because otherwise we're going to move on.
No, I'll end my turn, and then it's gonna attack.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack. Who's it attacking?
It's going to attack this big guy first.
Okay.
And it gets multi-attack, and it has advantage since I'm on the other side and not incapacitated.
Yep.
So 16 to hit.
So the 16 does not hit. It bounces off of this guy's plate armor.
Okay. And then I'll try the second attack.
Okay.
20 to hit.
The
30.
20 does hit. Just barely. Pierces through behind this guy's knee where there's plate and leather and padding underneath that. Gets through until it feels a crunch.
Oh, you know what? Since I cast it at higher level, it actually gets +2 to hit, so the first one would have been an 18.
18 does not hit.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then it's 1d8, and it'll be +6. It has +4 on here, but since I cast it higher, it gets +2. So that's 11 points of magical damage.
All right, and it pierces through and severs a tendon behind this guy's knee, and he partially starts to crumple forward as he's now standing heavily on his left leg. Anything else?
Nope, that is it.
All right, Sybil.
Okay, bonus action disengage, movement
Okay.
to 5 foot, step down and back. She's
Okay.
going to face the hag, raise one dagger as if in a salute, and then stab a bitch with the other one.
All right, go ahead and give me an attack roll. All right, 20 absolutely hits.
I'm
Go
also
ahead and roll some damage.
I'm also doing the poison.
Which poison?
This would be the dagger with the poison she knows works, so just serpent's venom, not
Serpent's
the water.
venom? Okay, excellent. Go ahead and remove a dose of serpent's venom.
Yep.
And all right, beautiful. So go ahead and roll 3d6 for me. Excellent. So she does succeed at the Constitution saving throw, so she takes half. However, she's going to take 19 from the strike, and then 3 from the poison, so 21. That's a lot of fucking damage for one strike.
Yep.
22, sorry.
What?
I think it's 22 if it's 19 and 3.
Let's see, 19, 20, 21. It is 22.
Sorry, every hit point counts.
All right. Anyways, next. So second strike.
I used my bonus action already.
Oh,
to
for the disengage, correct.
Yep. So she's just gonna kind of do a cocky little smile as if playing to an audience and end her turn.
All right, Bloodmane. For the first time in like 30 seconds, you finally have your wits about you.
Rage.
Oh boy.
And then stand up, which is half my movement, which I believe I'm at 20.
Yep.
And then I will move my one movement over this difficult terrain to get in the faces here.
All right.
For the warlord.
Okay.
And let me see here. I will attack recklessly.
Okay. Can't argue with a nat 20.
It's dirty. I believe it's dirty.
Oh, it is dirty. Yeah, 8 plus 12. Okay. On that, with that being said, He's going to use his reaction to parry and add 3 to his armor class, meaning he has a 23. So you think it's going to hit him. He grabs it with his longsword and swishes it out of the way.
Okay. Going to go again.
Okay.
That's an natural.
There's the nat 20. Okay, now he can't deny that. Go ahead and give me some... Ugh. Jesus Christ. Whoa, okay, hold on. There's a lot of numbers here, and I gotta figure this shit out. So give me just 1 second.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I have brutal.
You don't. That's why I don't understand a lot of this. So, okay. So we got so you've got the 16 damage, which is just a 2d6. Okay. So that is standard damage. Then your cold damage. Okay, so that's 20. Then the rage, 23, 11. That's the crit from your hammer. So that is 23, 33, 34, I believe. And then the cold damage, because it is a d6, yes, you do get that. So it's 34, so what are we looking at? 36? 36 points of damage. Fuck. Okay.
Pretty fucking good.
I think I had the brutal critical turned on in that thing I found, so I turned it off. Hopefully it doesn't come back.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so as you fucking hit this guy, his entire helm gets knocked off of his head now. And now you can see a much more humanoid face than the other hobgoblins. This guy's got way more human than he's got hob or goblin. His teeth are kind of filed down, and in the front 3 or 4, you can see like what is essentially a golden grill with little gemstones etched into or laid into the actual like tooth portion of it. This man is already grabbing at his shoulder and trying to keep it together as you have collapsed his entire ribcage in on him. He's still alive, but he's just barely there. All right. Anything else, Bloodman?
That is all I got.
All right. Sybil, this guy's gonna hopscotch with you.
Yeah, I'm running out of places I can move, and I don't love it. But bring it on.
So that hits. With,
Was this the one that was hitting me really hard? The one that I think is a captain?
This guy's swinging a longsword at you.
Okay, so not the really big one. Okay, yeah, I'm going to take it.
Okay, so it is only, actually, he's going to use his martial advantage because he does have an ally close. So that is 18 points of slashing damage.
Oh, many regrets. Okay.
Well, that's the end of his turn. He only gets 1 attack. Okay, now the guy with the greatsword is going to run up. Wow. Lucky for fucking you, I rolled a 15 and an 8.
Should have used my uncanny dodge. It's the second time I've thought that.
Well.
I just dodged it completely.
Alright, Ulrich.
Wrong button. Hold on. Alright, okay. Well, I was like, my D&D Beyond just froze. But what I'm going to do is burn a 5th level spell slot and cast Mass Cure Wounds.
Alright, you burn the spell slot. As you do so, the incantation comes to fruition, and a burst of healing energy washes out over the group. Everybody except for Gartok is healed for 20 points. Actually, you know what? Hang on, that might be wrong. It's only a 30-foot sphere.
Oh, I thought it was a 60-foot sphere. My bad.
It's unicorn healing all over again.
I don't think it actually matters. 30 foot is still pretty fucking.
Oh, yeah,
it's a 30
she's
foot
okay.
radius, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that it was gonna actually hit everybody that it was supposed to hit. The only one I don't think it would hit is Gartok, because don't you have to be able to see him?
Yep.
Okay, it's not bad. All right. Okay, so the healing goes off. That's the sound I made. All right. Back to the top. This fucking guy, this warlord, on his last leg, is going to attempt desperately to fuck up Winnie.
I just got shiny new ones.
So that is okay. So that's a 12 miss and 2 18s. So the first one is going to hit for 16 points of slashing damage. Winnie, give me a concentration check, please. Constitution saving throw. Yep, no, you're already fine. Okay, and then the second one that hit you is for 9 points of slashing damage. So that's 25 points total between the two.
Okay.
And then give me another concentration check. Okay, you're good. You are good. Alright, that ends his turn. Gartok.
Yes, I would like to shoot at her again, please.
Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. And Gartok, as you fire the final shot, the arrow passes clean through this thing's throat, and she slumps to the ground in a heap, and her body immediately begins to bubble and kind of disintegrate into a pool of flesh and ooze on the ground.
Okay, his target is gone and he cannot see anyone else. So he'll move 5. He'll move in 10. Xavier, I have an important question for my next target.
What's up?
This guy right here, was he one of the hobgoblins that raided my village?
You do not have the time in the moment to even come anywhere near knowing that.
Then I will just shoot that guy down there.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of enemies there, and Bloodmane's up here, so he cares less.
Okay.
Sorry, shit. Got ahead of myself. Ignore that. Misclick. I don't hit. That's a nat one.
Yeah, you definitely don't fire. You don't even fire. You get it on your bow and you're just like looking around the room like, whoa, what the fuck happened to the ground?
Yeah, what's going on in here?
Alright, that brings us to the hags. The first one is going to claw, or attempt to claw, Sybil.
If it hits, I'm uncanny dodging this time. I'm being smart for once.
Alright, she rolled a nat 1, so it definitely doesn't hit. The second one is going to attempt to claw Bloodmane. Nope, I rolled a 10 total. So both of them, their claws are just not strong enough to pierce your strong, manly, muscly hide. Okay. Pull the creep out of that a little bit. And Winnie.
Okay, seeing that Sybil is getting surrounded, Winnie's going to cast my last 3rd level spell to do a healing word on her.
Okay.
And then she's going to shapeshift into an ape.
Okay.
Very much, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That is one funky looking ape.
So as soon as she gets the healing word off, she's in mid-transform, and you just hear this goo 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 goo. Oh. No, she doesn't do it like that.
No, she is green or teal.
She immediately starts shitting into her hand and lobbing it into the crowd.
Smears some on Bloodmane.
All right.
And then
and in the distance, far down the hallway, you hear "Dicks out." All right, so you shapeshift. Your turn ends. Go ahead and make the attack for your
Yeah.
beetle.
Okay, so this is gonna be +6 to hit, not a +1. So that's an 11 to hit.
11 does not hit.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Don't you have
Oh,
advantage?
I do get advantage, so that would be a 20 to hit. A dirty
20 does just hit.
Okay, and then it's 13 points of damage. Magical piercing.
So as the guy begins to kind of slump forward and buckles, his knees buckle, Bloodmane reeling back from the critical hit, the beetle jumps up on the back of this guy's plate armor, gets its pincers in between where his helm and his jawline would meet, and in one quick snip decapitates the fucking hobgoblin warlord. His head bounces onto the ground, and the beetle turns its attention to the hag.
Yep, and first, the last attack. So it's 22 to hit.
22 absolutely hits.
And 11 points of magical piercing damage.
All right. It bites into her lower back and begins peeling off layers of flesh, muscle, and clothing. Going all in. All right, Sybil.
Okay. Fourth, fifth verse, same as the first. Disengage, move, stab.
Okay.
Can't actually tell if it successfully clicked. I'm sorry if it does this twice.
Okay, the 19 absolutely does hit, and that is for 20. Is that 28 points?
Yep.
All right, so as you dart around the corner, this guy, as he's looking around like, shit, where did she go? He turns to his right, and as he does so, the dagger, he meets the dagger in the side of the jaw, up through his jaw and into the lower part of his brain through his soft palate. You pull the dagger out quickly, and he crumples into a heap.
Okay, we are going to finish the movement by darting here. Look at the captain and she's in like cocky play to an audience mode, so she's going to wave and end her turn.
All right.
She's absolutely taunting this thing.
Bloodmane.
Going to attack recklessly.
Okay. The monkey or the hag?
Oh,
Wouldn't it be crazy if her ape had 4 arms?
No. I don't remember that.
All right, 19 does hit, yes. Jesus. Okay, so holy shit, I rolled all sorts of damage again. Give me a second here.
Let me see what just happened here.
So we know it's only taking the first 2 sets of numbers plus the rage. So that's so it's 13, 14, 15, so it's 16 points total. So that's going to be 61, 60, so it's 55. All right. Go ahead and make your second attack if you'd like. But it does hit, definitely. I mean, you blast her. She is already starting to wane.
What the hell I'm doing wrong here, but okay.
$17 just hits. All right, there we go. Oh, see, now that's perfect. That is perfect. So 21 total. Beautiful. That's a lot of fucking damage. All right, she is now way past bloodied in those 2 strikes. All right, Bloodmane, anything else?
I think that's everything.
Okay, so that brings us to the captain. He is going to turn on his heel and swing wildly at Sybil with his greatsword. Nope. 15 and an 11. So he swings twice, the second time actually hitting the lectern behind you and knocking the book off balance and onto the ground. Ulrich.
Going to try the Toll the Dead on the hag that's on blood. So
Alright.
wisdom save DC 16.
Okay, and I rolled a 16 plus my bonus is an 18.
Yeah, yeah, that's good.
Okay. Back to the very top. The warlord is dead. Gartok.
Okay, so this is the last hobgoblin, which is who I will be shooting.
Okay.
And I will use my last, as a bonus action, use my last fury, fighting spirit, not fury. Give me advantage, and I will use sharpshooter.
Okay. Okay, so it's oh, it's already got the -5 in it.
Yeah, it already has -5.
Oh, I see.
I'm just gonna roll to hit again so I can turn off the advantage. That's 21 because it's -5.
Okay, so
I just rolled to hit again. I didn't roll the damage,
yeah, no, I got
so I
that.
can turn off the event.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to read your math here. The math doesn't look like it's adding up on my end with the modifiers and stuff that they've got inside, so I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's actually going on. Because you had a d20 plus 9 minus 5, but it equals 18 plus 9 plus 5 equals 22. That's what D&D Beyond is sending over, so it doesn't make any fucking sense.
So it should be an 18, right? Isn't that...
Yeah, I think it should just be an 18.
Yeah, stop rolling like that. Stop doing your whatever modifier you're doing. I don't like that.
Alright, I will just do it normal.
Yeah, just do it normal. It hit because we can add the math ourselves. Because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't look like it's actually... It doesn't look like it's correct. So the first one is an 18. Because that would have been like a 4. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Why does it have so many extra numbers?
Well, the 9 is what I normally add on my bow. I don't know why it added a +5.
Yeah, the first one. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So okay, okay. So both arrows will successfully strike. So go ahead and roll some damage for me. Just regular arrow damage because you don't have Slayer's Prey or Hunter's Mark active on this guy.
So that's 16. Oh, right, 19, not 16.
Right.
I forgot about my +3.
Yeah, and then go ahead and roll the second.
Uh, 18.
Alright, so 37. And it's with the second arrow. The first arrow passes through this guy's shoulder blade and stops, pinning his arm to his side, the tip puncturing his heart. As he begins to fall forward towards Sybil, his helm actually coming down like at her face, the second arrow catches him in the right ear, yanks his head to the left, and sticks it to the stone lectern. Alright.
That's my turn.
Okay, brings us to the hags. So the hag is going to jump over the corpse, and now they're going to begin just fucking viciously slashing at you guys. Bloodmane, the first attack is at you. That's with advantage because you rolled recklessly. And never mind, I don't need to roll anymore because she rolled a nat 20. So, that is a total of 16 points of slashing damage. which is going to be reduced to 8 because she does not have magical weapons. And then Sybil. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
I'm absolutely uncanny dodging.
Okay, so then your total damage is 6 points of slashing damage. Alright, Winnie.
Okay, so Winnie, as the ape, is going to use multi-attack against this terrible thing.
Okay.
The first to hit is a 7.
7 does not hit.
14.
14 does not hit.
Okay.
So you lunge at her and begin to try to beat on her with your fists, and she does not seem to take any effect to it.
Okay, and then that'll be it for me, and then for the bestial spirit.
Yep.
20 to hit.
20 does hit.
That is for 14 points of magical piercing damage.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. It cuts through a huge chunk of muscle and just tears it off like you're peeling apart a fucking Twizzler Poland peel.
Ugh, that's gross. And then for the second attack, a 16 to hit.
16 does not hit.
Thank you. So that's it for me.
All right, Sybil.
Okay. Sybil's going to nod towards Gartok, turn her attention back to the hag, and now she can stab twice. If I hit, I am absolutely injecting poisons. First one is the water, quote-unquote, poison.
Okay, a 20 absolutely hits.
I don't know if I'm rolling anything for whether or not it's actually.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll 3d6 for me. So you shank this chick in just straight up in the guts, like right in the belly button, and you inject the water. She kind of like heaves over and looks at you, and as you pull the dagger out, you see the wound behind it begin to seal, and she whispers to you,
Thank you, love. I see you found our little treat.
Hate that. So we're just gonna try and silence her, and we're gonna stab her with the other dagger. No sneak
Okay.
attack.
Yep. 13 unfortunately does not hit.
Yeah, evidently it threw her off a little bit. That's okay. We'll kill her. We'll kill her later.
Alright, anything else?
No, Sybil for once doesn't have to move, and her exhausted ass is very grateful.
Alright, Bloodmane.
Thing. Attacking recklessly.
Alright, lay it on her. Holy shit. Well. Yep. Ha. Ha. Ah. So you, as you bring the hammer down, you disfigure her face. Like, you smash part of her nose off. The whole bottom part of her jaw unhinges like a snake and is just hanging by, like, a thread. Her ear is collapsed in. You can see brain matter. She's looking at you through crossed eyes, one of which is bulging out. She is literally on her last thread.
Good night.
Ah! She had 1 hit point. So, yeah, as she kind of looks up at you, still just in desperation trying to claw at you, you just fucking whack-a-mole. Alright, anything else, Bloodmoon?
I'm going to use my movement. I think I can move, what, 2 spaces over this shit? I have 20.
20, yeah, so 2 spaces. Beautiful.
And...
Actually, you can move more than that because of your great weapon fighter ability. You downed her, so you can move a little extra. Because don't you move up to half your movement anyways? So if you have 20, you get an extra 10, so you can move one more square. If you're allowing the momentum to carry you.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that works for me. I like momentum. Alright, yeah, let's call it.
Alright. That brings us way the fuck down in the order to Ulrich.
Okay, again, we're gonna try to pull the dead on the last remaining attack.
The gong goes off, and she rolled a 19.
Okay.
Gartok.
Yes, I would like to bonus action move my hunter's mark onto her.
Okay. You turn your attention and you focus your hunter's mark on the bitch. The bitchiest of bitches.
Yes, and I would like to shoot her twice. Fuck it. I'm gonna keep using sharpshooter because I like it.
Okay.
So -5.
Alright. Go ahead and give me 2 rolls, and we'll just remove 5 from them. Alright. So 10 does not hit. And a 16 also does not hit. So you fire both arrows, and they fly overhead. Bloodmane, what is your AC? It is 16, isn't it? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Go ahead and roll damage for me, Gartok. You guys know about firing past and through friendlies. It happens very rarely. So, Bloodmane, you take 19, reduced to 9 points of piercing damage as Gartok shoots you in the fucking shoulder blade.
We're gonna have a little talk after this.
First you disappear, then you shoot me in the fucking back, you asshole. Alright, the green hag. In a last vain effort, she is going to slash wildly at Sybil. That is an 18 to hit.
Uncanny dodge.
Alright, so that is a total of 19 points, reduced from uncanny to 9. 9 points of slashing damage. Winnie.
Okay, Winnie is gonna go 10, 20, 30. Reach down into this soil and grab a rock and throw it at this bitch.
I'll allow it. You're in fucking churned earth. Go ahead and use your throw.
Oh, it's
Nat 1.
Nat 1.
So you reach down, and as you grab the stone, like, the stone comes up, but you are standing on the stone, and you can't figure out why the fuck you can't get it up, and it just kind of, like, comes up in the air. It's just big-ass palms.
Yeah, Ulrich, because some things you guys can't unsee. That's why. And then this thing is gonna move. Oh, I can't control it. I was gonna have it move to here, because it'll be 25 if I go down a diagonal.
Is it affected by difficult terrain or no? It's 25 feet?
It'll be 25 with the difficult terrain to get down here. It moves 30 total.
30? Okay, so that's 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, beautiful.
And then it's gonna attack with advantage twice. So that's an 18 to hit.
Roll with advantage just in case you get a nat 20.
I did. I got a 16 and a 15. So
oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so, yep, that 18 does hit.
And that's 9 points of magical piercing.
Okay.
And then the second attack is a dirty 20.
Okay, that hits.
Or 10 points of magical piercing.
Yo, this is a good spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this fucking beetle just starts ripping fucking chunks out of this broad as Sybil is stab healing it. Yeah, it doesn't. She doesn't fall, but she is way beyond bloodied. All right, Sybil.
Sybil's going to stab twice. She will not inject the hag water if she hits.
Okay. So the first strike absolutely hits.
Second one, if she hits, she will inject the normal serpent's venom.
Okay, understood. So you hit, you get the sneak attack off, the hag starts to crumple over, and you come in with the second dagger. You strike with the second dagger. And roll the 3d6 for me for the serpent's venom. You said regular serpent's venom, right?
Ew! Yeah. That was a garbage roll. But she is going to lean in, like, as she jabs that dagger in and, like, twists the hilt of it and repeat what she said earlier. Why do you think your fate would be any different?
Okay, make sure you remove those poisons, please.
Yep, that's the last one in that blade.
Yeah, let me just roll a constitution saving throw. Oh, she did not do good there. Serpent's Venom DC is an 11. Okay, actually, she just succeeded, so she takes half of that, which is 3, so we are looking at 8. This bitch had 8 fucking hit points. So as you drive the blade into her chest as she's falling forward, you twist the hilt and you see the venom inject upwards. She kind of coughs for a minute, and as she looks up at you, she kind of grabs onto your shoulder and she pulls the blade in all the way down to the crossguard, and she says,
Now there's the good shit, sweetie.
and her eyes roll back into her head, and her body immediately begins to deflate and disintegrate under your touch.
We did it, TPK!
I'm sorry, I missed what the hag said with the voicing. It's, like, cut out as I was trying to hear it.
Guess you'll have to go back to the VOD and listen.
Okay.
It wasn't anything magical in nature, otherwise you'd know. Okay, so, with that being said, and we will end, because it is 2 o'clock on the fucking nose, so we will end and make sure that we are not taking up anybody's time outside of game time. But, so, with that being said, though, you guys look around you in what is finally silence. Everybody looks actually pretty fucking good for the most part, considering how terrible it was early on. Corpses littered all around the hags. One thing that I will tell you before we end is that this crystal back here, okay, there's a little bit more to it as you all are kind of looking back, especially Sybil, since you're so damn close to it. So, this is a large red crystal with multiple crystalline structures growing off from it, like small towers. The very center appears to be a large translucent orb that all of these crystals are growing off of, okay? Inside the crystal, you see multiple motes, which is essentially like tiny motes of blue arcane energy bouncing around the interior of the center sphere, like very excitedly bouncing around. It is resting in this fountain, which is filled with this crimson liquid. Sybil, as you're standing here, you immediately get the overwhelming stench of old blood. You can smell copper. It is sitting inside of this fountain. And that is where I think we will leave it for today's session. We will pick right back up. In 2 weeks at this same exact spot. And let me just go ahead.
What you're saying is we still did not find a salsa fountain. It was a blood fountain.
I mean, what's salsa to me might be blood to somebody else. I don't know. Okay, so Sybil, still
Where's
don't do your
nacho
level.
cheese fountain?
Sybil, still don't do... Oh, God, that fucking nacho cheese fountain in Campaign 3 was terrible. Still don't do your level up yet, because you guys have not long rested, so I don't want it to throw anything off, just in case you guys get yourselves into a fucking pickle here. Candace, before I forget, I'm going to give you control of this thing, in case you decide to keep it around for the next hour that it exists, so you can now control it. And yeah, that's where we'll just kind of leave it. Before we end, any questions, comments, clarifications that we need from me?
Thank Thank you, Lord Ulrich.
Our Lord and Savior Ulrich.
Yeah, that saved us. Thank you very much for healing.
Still
Yeah, I
good
was
fucking
afraid
work.
to heal.
It's like it's my
Yeah.
job or something.
Yeah, something like that.
It's,
All right, I'm gonna go grab the kids, guys. Thank you.
Guys, we'll see you soon. We'll see you in just a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
All right, guys, we're gonna send some love really
Lets me leave, I
quickly.
shall go. You guys have a
We're gonna send some love over you guys to let's see, let's raid. Oh, Wimmy's on. We'll raid Wimmy.
Oh wait, I can't equip.
And then Candace and I will be back tonight for a regular stream. We're gonna be playing Baldur's Gate 3. We're picking up. Oh, actually, speaking of hags, I'm picking up in fucking Auntie Ethel's shit show. Oh, that'll be fun. All right, guys. For all of you hanging out, and for those of you who joined us throughout today's session, thank you so much. I very, very seriously appreciate it. We'll be back with, and thank you for celebrating our 3rd year anniversary of this campaign. That's even cooler. We'll be back in 2 weeks on Saturday for the next session, which will be session number 39 of the Wildlands. We'll see you guys soon. Actually, we'll see you tonight. Bye-bye.
Oh my god, look at her.
Oh, that's the wrong
She's
one.
not even going for the right one.
My bad.